just instantly fucking goes live.
Come by way of reciprocity. I'm chewing the bones of my own brain. Death be my dignity. Execute hemlock philosophy. Poison fills the cup of the carpenter. The lost time. Life's so costly. No reason for grieving. Lost time. Life's so costly. Bring me down. I can see them everywhere. They're all around me. They're waiting for me. Descending unrelenting beauty of annihilation. Your curiosity feeding off my animosity. And the reason is treason. Bring you down. I can see them everywhere. They're all around me. They're waiting for me. Descending unrelenting beauty of
Alright. No, we're not listening to that. Hello. Hello, hello. It's been a fucking hot minute since I've actually streamed. I just realized I have like nothing on the thing. Well no, I don't need display capture. I just need I need this to capture this one. That's what I needed to capture. And I need to unhide it. And then I needed to not be in front of my camera. Oh, that could be an issue. Oh wait, no, because no, shut the fuck up, Nick. You're a retard. If I do the picture-in-picture, there we go, and then we can do that like that. Boom. I've done this before. Now, where did the picture-in-picture go? Because I don't even fucking see it. It's just like gone. It's like it just disappeared. What the fuck? Where the fuck does it... Where is it going on my screen? It's like not even appearing. The fuck? Well, anyway, we're going to be watching Nick's new thing, and I'm going to be... Well, let me make it bigger. I'm going to be playing a fucking video game. I'm going to put it down there. While we listen to it. That's crazy. Was that 3, then 2, then 1? That's crazy. That's awesome. Anyways. The square at the bottom. That was from whenever I was streaming for your overlay. Or I was streaming for you, and I was hosting or whatever. I had the little thing at the bottom showing the game that I was playing. That's what that is. And why is there no sound? Oh, it's just incredibly low. Why DM me? Why not ask in chat? It's still there. What do you mean? The square with the game? Yeah, because I'm going to be playing a game while watching it. I don't... I don't understand. Why is it on? Why the fuck? It looks weird. It looks weird. Fuck. I don't know. Like, unless I do this, capture it like that. Alright, and then I gotta fucking do this. Jesus fucking Christ, why did it make the fucking thing so fucking big? Oh, that's right, because I can't do it with the main monitor. I'd have to do it on on one of the side monitors. because for whatever reason, transform, edit, transform. There we go. Do. I think that'll work. That should work, because then I can have this full screen. I can have this full screen so I can actually see my own chat kind of better, whatever the fuck. Although I won't be able to see Discord or anything, so won't be able to answer any DMs or anything. Or won't be able to like see DMs, so shit, now I gotta refresh this page because for whatever reason, whenever it resizes the fucking window, it fucking takes away chat, and I don't know how to make chat reappear. Okay, live chat, boom. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're at 3. Let's just get all right. Or, well, what the fuck is it capturing? Is it not capturing? Why I stopped making videos? The fuck? Why is it not there? There we go. There he is, the fucking goober. Okay, that should look good. That looks good? Does that look good? This look good, chat? Alright, let's just get right into it then. Oh, wait. Oh, 1 second. Fuck. Okay, wait, what did I... Or no, I mute that. So... Okay, so then we're not going to do that, because if I do that, then fucking 30 billion Discord notifications are going to keep going off. So we're just going to switch it to this. So it should only capture...
Loved doing it for...
Okay, it only captures that audio. Good. Okay. We're good. Okay. So let's rewind it, since it wasn't... Nothing was audible at the beginning.
I made YouTube videos full-time for about 3 years. It was something that I feel like came very naturally to me, and I loved doing it for a really long time. And it was basically my identity for a big chunk of my life. And in the past 6 months, I have, for the first time, completely stopped making videos. I've been spending the last few months trying to figure out how to go back into doing this in a way that's comfortable for me, and so this video is kind of a way for me to explain where I'm at, what my future plans are for YouTube, and it is also sort of another attempt for me to overcome something that I'm really struggling with. If you're watching this, then you're probably aware, but last year I made some really bad mistakes with my platform. I was criticized a lot, and I was under a lot of public scrutiny for it. And even though a lot of problems that I had with the platform were pre-existing before this controversy, this is what kind of caused me to finally, I guess, face the unhealthy relationship that I had with my job. I was pretty reckless with the things that I said and the things I posted, and for a long time it was really hard for me to face that criticism head on. It took...
You think fucking so? Bro couldn't take like any criticism of his bullshittery. Or that was such a fucking... I've gotten that same fucking scratch the past 3 fucking days. I'm so fucking tired of that.
It took me a long time to actually listen to what people were saying to me, because it was really hard for me to actually look at the things that people were saying about me online in the first place. And so I just ignored it for a really long time. Even though the way I posted content was already in a bad place before these things happened, I ended up developing an even worse relationship with my job because I had horrible reactions looking at hate comments and what people would say about me online. It's still something that I'm not numb to. I see it on an accident a lot, and it's still something that affects me pretty heavily. Even deciding to make this video and be honest about how hard it did hit me, it is still hard to not be embarrassed or sound like I am victimizing myself for being unable to post videos because...
That's all you ever fucking do is victimize yourself, dude. That's the biggest fucking problem. Like, even now, you're still trying to do it. You're still kind of like trying to victimize yourself. You're like half trying to like take accountability for like, yeah, I fucked up. I was misusing my fucking platform, blah 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 blah. But then it's like, I'm trying to do better, whatever the fuck. Like, oh my god. It's
because of my own actions. But because it's kind of completely brought me to a standstill with posting content, the purpose of this video is just for me to be completely open with my audience about how this has sort of changed my life, since it's been really hard for me to talk about and properly explain how things are changing, I guess. And after months and months of hiding from making and posting videos, my anxiety... And after months and months of... hard for me to talk about and properly explain how things are changing, I guess. And after months and months of hiding from making and posting videos, my anxiety had closely attached itself to my ability to create videos and to really do anything that has to do with my job. Making those mistakes in front of so many people and seeing the way that the backlash affected my friends and my family and myself, it added to the already very intense feelings that I had around the situation that I found myself in. And months ago, I realized how bad it really was. You know, being in the environment, shooting videos in my office, being around friends that I met through the internet, talking and reaching out to my close friends and family members about how I'm doing, and even my relationship being with somebody that is online and who has been affected by this. It has really frozen me in a way that nothing really has before, and it ended up affecting really every part of my life, and it became even harder to talk about because of how much embarrassment I have around the fact that I brought these things on myself. A lot of the advice that people give you when you find yourself in this scenario is to keep pushing ahead so people forget about all the shit you did in the past. And people constantly try to remind you that the things that people say about you online are not the way that like reality is and the way that people actually feel about you. But that's not really something that is easy to believe when you see the criticism face first and you also believe.
This is an example of keeping your inside thoughts inside. Yes, exactly. That is, let me move this. Because I forgot that chat's down there. Nope, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Move you up here, buddy. So chat's still visible on the stream. Let me... Oh, wait. Why is the chat... Why are the chat messages... Why are they black? I didn't do that. What the fuck? Hold up. Because this shit's gonna look all fucky if I don't change it. No, that's not it. I don't... Did I close all my restreamed? Or, No, I didn't. They're over here. Stream elements. Switch to YouTube. Do. Back. Okay. Oh, so the sponsorship shit isn't even for YouTube channels, it's streams. It's only for Twitch streams. That's cool. That's crazy. Anyways, overlays. Edits. Chat. Text settings. Yeah, why is it black? Yeah, it should be white. And then the size is like, I think I have it, usually it's at like 28. No, 25. 20. 15. Let's do 15. Let's see. And then let's do secondary text shadow. That is, why is it looking like that? Save. And then if you don't mind, Abby or anyone else watching, type it in chat another time or two, so that way the thing will like, so we see if it looks all right now, if it looks better. Huh? Words. Let's see. Does that look better? I don't know why. I don't know why the chat text was black. I've like never set it to black. Does that look better? Do I need to make it bigger? Should I make it bigger, or is it good? Or is that good? Tiny. Okay, let me make it bigger. Should I just make the box itself bigger as a whole? I can do, cause if I make it just like a little wider, then if I make it a little wider and then up the size. Let's try this. Okay, I just changed it again. Try typing some more stuff, and if you want, try typing something like longer. Words, more words. Thank you, Abby. Is it still like really, really tiny, or I upped it to I upped the size to 19, the font size. Usually I think on the other ones I had it at like 25 or 20 or like 20 something. Way better, hun. Thank you. That's better to see. Okay. I like that. Okay, let's get back to it.
That you did something very wrong. I continued to find myself in this loop of trying to figure out how to put myself back out there in a way that was healthy, but feeling all of that anxiety and shame. It didn't really feel like a controversy that I could bounce back from, like I've seen with other creators. It's not something that I can easily block out. I hold on to a lot of the mistakes I make, and I think about them every day. And
Ooh, excuse me.
even though I know that I'm growing and I know I want to move on and I want to do things in a better way, I also know that a lot of people wouldn't care if I didn't do that. And that's a hard thing to accept when your job is constantly being affirmed by strangers online who want to see what you're doing. And again, I caused these things to happen to myself and the people
Yes, you
around
did.
me. So it's even more embarrassing for me to finally just kind of talk about it, because I can't really bring myself to talk about anything else. And as time moved on, I continued to struggle finding the confidence to do what I was doing before, and the pressure of knowing that this is the way that I also support myself, and that this is the hell? I'm shooting this while fireworks are going off on the 4th of July. And I've never really struggled with anxiety like I have in this way, this like all-encompassing way where, because this is like my career and it's what I envisioned myself doing, when I don't have hope that that is working out, there's nothing else to distract me. Every facet of my life becomes sort of taken over by this anxiety that I don't know what I'm going to do with my life if I never get over this and I can't post videos again. And it was a journey even making this video, which has kind of been another effort to just try to get myself comfortable doing it again and figuring out how to do it in the way that I did it when I first started doing YouTube. I loved making videos because I was talking to a community, and there felt like there was an exchange there of an audience and someone who was creating something for a group of people.
Yeah, a
And
fucking shitty exchange, because all of your fucking, like, your entire, like, real personality was just, like, shitting on people, but then not being able to handle any criticism yourself, and, like, being very shit at your job as a whole by just, like, running with stories in a disingenuous way just because it was involving a friend. That's fucking stupid.
I think now more than ever, I've felt the disconnect between myself and that audience, and it's a really isolating thing, especially when it's something that came so naturally to me for such a long time, and to find myself with so much anxiety even making this video right now. It's a very scary thing to realize. Me trying to overcome this has been something that's been going on for a while. I actually spent
Has it been
weeks
going on for a
working
while?
on this video that I wanted to put out on the day that I left for tour, and spent all these days worrying about it leading up to it, and I never ended up putting it out. I left home for a month.
Good.
And I had a lot of time to process
Nobody gives a fuck about your
away
tour.
from creating videos. But when I came back thinking that things might be different, I found it even harder somehow. I tried making a different video similar to this just yesterday, and it took me so long to build up the courage to actually even hit record, and I sat there for 2 hours just trying to find the words of what is on my mind and how I can convey that in a way that like resonates with people. And even after spending all day trying to prepare myself to do something as simple as just like yapping to the camera for an hour, I could not bring myself to get past the first couple minutes, and I gave up and decided to try it again today with a little bit more of a script. Anyways, I yapped a lot, but I want to talk about the reason why I'm making this video. I came up with the idea
Finally.
of trying to post lower stakes content that is easier for me to just talk about in an organic way, and if I can just get myself more comfortable posting these quick videos that don't take as much effort, then it might be easier for me. Jesus, there's so many fireworks outside. I just want to talk about stuff that I like. And I feel like for a long time I talked about stuff that the algorithm wanted me to talk about. And I want to do what I originally liked doing on YouTube, which is just getting on camera and talking about things I care about, whether it's 21 Pilots or scary storytelling YouTubers or Crumble Cookie, anything. Just put it online. That's my issue, is I can't finalize something and put it out there anymore. And I knew that in order to just get back and make
Yeah,
videos
that's
as
your
if
issue.
nothing happened.
That's his issue. He can't just finalize something and put it out. He's too much of a perfectionist or whatever the fuck he's trying to say. That's his issue. Yeah, okay. That's totally what your issue is, my guy. Absolutely. That's totally your issue. Yeah, that's totally the issue. It's not the fact that you were just like trying to be a commentary channel, but then decided to put like your feelings and your relationship, like put your integrity, throw it out for the sake of just defending a friend who didn't need defending because they were just fucking making a bunch of shit up. And contradicting themselves and trying to come out with sexual assault allegations in the worst formulated way possible. Like, say what you will about the contradictions in the what Alice's like thing, you know, like how she in the beginning of her doc she put like trigger warning sexual assault and there was zero sexual assault, even allegations or insinuations anywheres in that entire fucking 82-page doc. Like, say what you will, or however many pages it was. Like, say what you will about her and all her shit, but like, she had so much evidence, so much like that's how you do it, not how Lex did it. And this guy was like running mad defense for no fucking reason. So yeah,
would need to confront and talk openly about what's going on with me right now. It is something that's currently affecting me so much more than I'd like to admit, or that I think people would ever really realize. Because of what's happened, I've experienced so much growth, and I've put myself in so many situations where I've challenged the things I believe and the kind of person I am, and so it has brought me to a point where I feel like I can be a person that I'm proud to be, but at the same time, the way that my anxiety is so connected to this job and my relationship with the internet and an audience, it's made things very complicated. And so I want to start making content and interacting with an audience who's interested in me talking about the things I love, and I want to make it feel like it used to when I first started it, before I feel like my judgment was so skewed by the way
disheveled.
I looked at
he looks
YouTube
like
and
a
the way
chthonic.
my videos performed and the way I was perceived as a creator online. I had such an unhealthy relationship with all these things, and it took something big like this happening to have me reevaluate all of it. I wouldn't go back and change anything because...
That's crazy that he's saying that it took what happened, which was him, like, basically just fucking himself over in every way. That's what it took for him to realize that he wasn't, like, happy with his content or whatever anymore. Like, what? Also, I want somebody knowing that he made this video and didn't put it on his main channel, didn't put it on his secondary channel. He put it on his third channel. You know, with like how Chud Logic said in his video or his stream about this, he put it on the channel with the least amount of subscribers that's going to be seen the least, instead of putting it on like either one of his two other channels, which have far more subscribers. Like, this channel only has what? This channel only has 152K. His other two are both like 500,000 plus subs, and he puts it on this fucking channel and not in either of the other ones. How does this shit have so many fucking likes? Oh my god, yeah.
I know
I didn't even know this fucking channel existed until I was trying to find this fucking video.
that I'm so different now, and I approach things so differently than I did a year ago, and if I didn't find myself under so much criticism, and I didn't find myself in a situation where I had to stop posting, I don't think I would have changed. I don't think I would have been doing things differently. I think I would have just carried on making the same kind of videos, saying the same types of things about people, trying to constantly outperform myself and game the algorithm and have this sort of competitive outlook on it. It caused me to stop enjoying YouTube altogether as something that I enjoyed as like a creative output for myself. It became this stressor that felt like it was always weighing on me unless things performed the best they possibly could. For months, I was living at home and struggling so hard, trying to figure out how I was going to continue moving through life when I lost so much of what I felt like made me who I am. And just last month, that timeline of just being at home and ruminating and everything that happened finally stopped because I left home for a month and I just got back. I was on tour with my band, and that ended up being an experience that completely changed the way I feel about what I want to do with my life and the way I feel about entertainment and performance. And I got to meet a lot of people who reminded me why I love doing what I do, and who especially helped me realize that there are so many more things I want to accomplish within entertainment and who I am and what I do. I felt that community again that I had when I
Black?
first started
Screen
YouTube.
is black? What the
And
fuck? Why is it black? What the fuck? Okay, it's
reminded me how much it
Sorry.
made me happy before it felt like all of those views
Sorry.
and that audience turned into this thing that I had to maximize to make myself feel good. Does any of that make sense?
No,
I
it
feel
fucking
like
doesn't.
I'm yapping a lot and
You
it
are.
doesn't make sense, but I have to commit to making this video because I don't know, I'm running out of ideas, and so I want to try this out. And there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about that I haven't had the chance to talk about online, and I want to stop.
Dude, that's no one's fault but your own, you fucking retard. No one has ever stopped you from talking about what you want to talk about. You're the one who chose to, like, put, like, trying to maximize your fucking online, like, you're the one that chose to, like, try to put your fucking, like, maximizing your online profits or whatever over like doing what you actually fucking enjoy. That's why, like, there was that's why, like, even, like, there's, like, a YouTube channel that I enjoy who one of the guys on there, they were talking about whatever, and the guy said something about, like, there's people who think that, like, oh, I'm just gonna do whatever, and if people like it, they'll come. If people like it, then they'll come to the channel, blah 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 blah. And he said that's not the right way to do it. You should try to, like, do what'll get people to come, and it's like, no. Oh shit, no, I'm not fucking, I don't give a shit about any of this. Accept pressure debt, deposit gear coins. Yeah. Like, you should always put doing what you want to do over fucking, like, you should always put, like, doing what you want with your channel over, like, what's gonna, like, get the most views, what's gonna get you the most, like, clout. That's my view. If people like it, they'll come. People will find you, and if they like it, they'll stick around, and that's the people that you want to stick around. You want people to stick around that are gonna come and watch you and watch your shit because it's what you enjoy doing, not because it's, like, something that you're doing just because to get people in. That's the viewers you should want. That's the viewers you should be trying to get. That's how I've always looked at it. So yeah, that's the way I've always looked at it. That's the way I've always operated. Is I'm gonna do what I want, and if people like it, then they'll show up. If they don't, then if they don't like it, then they won't stick around, and that's whatever. That's their prerogative. Simple as that. I don't even know what I just did. Okay.
Putting the pressure of making some big video that's gonna perform really well. I just want to make something that I care about and talk about something I care about for an audience of people who are still there to support me. I also have been wanting to stream again lately, and I think that on this channel I might begin to do that. But back when I first started doing YouTube full-time, streaming was my favorite thing in the world, and I had such a great community. And when that audience got bigger and bigger, things changed, and that connection changed, and I haven't been able to love it the same way I did a
That's
few
your own
years ago.
fucking fault.
So I think I may go back to that, and if that's something that people are interested in. I want to just talk to people and interact with an audience and enjoy being on the internet again. And who knows if that's going to happen, but I don't think I'm done trying just yet, even if there are so many days where I feel like I might never be able to do this the same way again. I met a lot of people on tour who were there since the very beginning and who would tell me about how they watched my videos from so long ago, and it feels like things are so different than they were when I first started YouTube, and it's really hard for me to see how different my relationship has changed with all of these things. And it's sad that I've watched that love for creating slowly dissipate, and I think that I want to continue to try to make it work. I don't necessarily deserve a second chance. I don't really think I deserve people's trust, but I do want to love doing this again in a healthy way, and I feel like I have a different perspective that I want to share with the world. And so
At least he recognizes that he doesn't deserve any sort of respect at all. At least he can recognize that much, at the very least.
I'm gonna try it, and if people are interested in seeing what I want to talk about, then I would appreciate that, and I will hopefully continue to make videos, at least on this channel, sharing
Why this
dumb
channel?
bullshit.
Just
I'm very thankful for the people watching who have enjoyed the content I've made in the past and who are still interested in seeing what I may do in the future, especially if you disagreed with the things I said and you were disappointed in how I've acted online in the past. I appreciate that there are people out there who still are cheering me on and who are still interested in what I have to say. It is very humbling for me to be in a position where I am talking about this thing I'm struggling with in such an open way.
But you're not really struggling with
and
shit. It's like
it's not something that I'm
it's a
comfortable
fake
with
fucking
doing.
struggle.
But I don't know. I think I want things to change, and even though I have a lot clearer of a vision of what I want to do with my life after tour, I know that part of that vision involves me connecting with the community again, and so I'm going to try my very best to make that happen, and I appreciate it if you are coming along for the journey. That's it. That's all I gotta say. Thank you for watching. Maybe I'll be back soon with another video. Appreciate you all. Bye-bye.
Jesus Christ, that was just pathetic. That was just pathetic, honestly, more than anything. It's just like the same shit that he always did. Like,
What is up, everybody? In this video,
okay,
we're gonna
or
be-
just don't pause. That's cool. Yeah. Wow, that was just bad. That was just bad. Like, honestly. It was mostly just fucking nothing. It was just a lot of fucking yapping. Like, really, that was just all it was like majority of it was just fucking yapping. I've been struggling. I haven't been happy with my content. I don't enjoy doing it the same way I used to. It's like, that's your own fucking fault. Like, people put too much into like the internet shit. Like, that's why, like, when it comes to like, oh, I feel burnt out, and it's like, that's your own fucking fault if you feel burnt out. Like, that's my view on it. Cause like, just don't fucking dedicate so much of your fucking life to it. Like go and do shit that you enjoy on your own. It's like doing content just because doing content or doing specific content only for the sake of it being something that's gonna like get views or whatever. It's just fucking dumb to me. It should be what you enjoy doing first and foremost, point blank period. That's my view on it. That's the way I've always operated. That's the way I always will operate, is that I'm going to do shit that I enjoy first and foremost. people like it, then they can watch. If they don't like it, then don't watch. I mean, like, you're not obligated. No one is ever obligated to fucking watch me. You know? That's the way I've always gone about it. Like, you're not obligated to watch me. If you enjoy it, then watch it. If you don't enjoy what I do, then you don't have to watch.
Try this. Target confirmed. Go.
You know? I mean, that's, yeah. There's not really much else for me to say about it. It was just a bad fucking...
Billy, go do some repairs. At your command. Fracture.
What are you waiting for to catch a moment?
Ugh. Why is it saying view on Twitch? I'm not streaming to Twitch. Yeah, I was saying I'm not even live on Twitch. I'm live on fucking YouTube.
An agent needs urgent medical attention.
Oh damn, she went down. She's like gone. Okay.
Seems I got stronger.
I don't know. Abby, if you're in chat, what did you think of that?
Nicole hates it when I spend money.
I guess we're just gonna chill now. Oh, we're on like the last fight.
It's my turn.
Counter maneuver. Watch out.
Let's switch, Andy. Careful. Try this.
Confirmed. Counter maneuver. Neutralize. Confirmed. Eyes up.
I fucking... doesn't give me a fucking signal for the second fucking attack. I guess I should probably like change the title or something.
I got traumas that I run from, can't let go of all the pain, and I just want someone to show me, tell me that I'll be fine. I want someone who cares, tell me that I'm alright, but I'm breaking, hard to deal with what I'm facing, and you know my heart's been racing, got too many pills I'm taking. Inside, yeah, keep it inside, I bottle emotions and swallow my pride. I'm just filling the void with money, cars, and drugs, and the women I love, they're just using me up. Like, it's hard to be sane when everybody wanna try me. Friends switch up, now I know they never lie me. But too many times that I'm falling out the deep end. Lonely vibes cause I'm falling out of sequence. I'm running too fast but I don't know why. Even with this cash I can't get by. Everybody talk, they don't know my life, but I still try. I got traumas that I run from, can't let go of all the pain, and
How's the
I
audio
just want someone to
levels?
show me, tell me that I'll be fine. I want someone who cares, tell me that I'm alright, but I'm breaking, hard to deal with what I'm facing, and you know my heart's been racing, got too many pills I'm taking. I carry on but it's so exhausting, dead friends and family on me, barely living, I feel like a zombie, I feel invisible, nobody wants me, I ruin everything and I know it's all my fault. How can I change when I got these obstacles? It's all in my brain, I got depression in my skull. Just want to escape but it feels impossible. I'm running too fast but I don't know why. Even with this cash I can't get by. Everybody talk, they don't know my life, but I still try. I got traumas that I run from, can't let go of all the pain, and I just want someone to show me, tell me that I'll be fine. I want someone who cares, tell me that I'm alright, but I'm breaking, hard to deal with what I'm facing, and you know my
Ooh,
heart's
let's do this. Let's do a summon. I ain't done a summon. Please an S. Please give me an S. Oh my god, one fucking A. Oh my god. Just skip it. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it's just a duplicate. I want another S, because this is the S character on this fucking banner, and I wanna pull her, because I used her like in the trial thing, and she's actually pretty fucking good. She's pretty fun to play.
I've been down and out with myself, living life inside of my shell. I've been trying to cope with no help, living life inside my own hell. I've been trying to find a way out, wrote these raps to find a new sound. Still don't know what life's all about, and life ain't easy, yo, with these doubts. But I put the mask on, write rap songs, make hits so I don't feel sad long. I stay strong, that's what I do. I tell myself to inspire you, so I stay inside, I put the work in. Dark thoughts still sit there lurking.
that was-
These ones only see the surface.
that was a shit
but I'm here
video.
for the people that hurt in life.
I don't know if anyone who's in chat, I don't know what you guys thought about it. It was just a lot of nothing. A lot of just yapping and yapping and yapping. He really didn't like why I quit making videos. Yeah, but you didn't quit making videos. You're still making videos. So like, yeah. Upgrade 3W engines to level 30. Yeah, but I guess I could upgrade this one to 30, even though I don't want to, because I don't.
Still at this every day, still fighting demons. Been beyond my back, still scheming. Try to persevere,
Let's
they
see,
always have to keep me
Spotify.
down when I have no fear no more. My life isn't
Next,
real no
let's
more.
skip. How about something less depressing? Less depressing of music. Undefeated? No. No. Noshima's not bad.
That was really good, guys. I'm tearing up over here. Do you have any...
Actually, no, that actually is a good one. This is actually a good one.
In the dark, I come alive. Too much
wait.
left for suicide.
Yeah, it's
on my level, do or die. On my level, do or die. I floor the pedal, make it slide. Armageddon on my mind. On my level, do or die. On my level, do or die. Bitch, I fuck with devils. I'm a rebel. Big titty, goth, bitch. I got several. Bitch, I fuck with devils. I'm a rebel. Big titty, goth, bitch. I got several. Yeah, I'm always so raising the demons I'm raising. The devil been chasing, been summoning Satan. The double J back again and it's amazing. Murder these beasts like Freddy and Jason. Been it for years, they still don't embrace it. Surely we'll rise, just need to be patient. Feel at a time, this better start changing. At least when we die, that's when they start praising. Worked on my life for this shit, but then when I die, they all miss. Fuck it, I'm in. My family still need to pay rent when I'm gone. Couldn't be fucked up. In the dark, I come alive. Too much left for suicide. On my level, do or die. On my level, do or die. I floor the pedal, make it slide. Armageddon on my mind. On my level, do or die. On my level, do or die. Bitch, I fuck with devils. I'm a rebel. Big titty, God, bitch, I got several. Bitch, I fuck with devils. I'm a rebel. Big titty, God, bitch, I got several. Work OT, double time for the reaper. Hopefully you feel me when I'm all up in the speakers. Coming at you quick like a pistol whip. I find inside the blind and hit and then good night. Waiting for the good times. Life is hard like Shook Knight. Got no tears left to cry. Woe is me like ooh, why? Why me? Can I die in peace? I say. Why me? Can I die in peace? In the dark I come alive. Too much left for suicide. On my level, do or die. On my level, do or die. For the pedal, make it slide. Armageddon on my mind. On my level, do or die. On my level, do or die. Bitch, I fuck with devils. I'm a rebel. Big titty, goth, bitch. I got several.
Completed in 1 minute flat.
I'm a rebel. Big titty, goth, bitch. I got several.
I think that's enough. I don't think I need it anymore. I'm trying to remember. How do I upgrade the fucking core passive? I need to look that up. Okay. Zenless 0 That doesn't fucking help me at all. That doesn't help me a single fucking bit.
Way,
Okay, Josh, I think it's time to...
Yoko, Trauma. I want like a upbeat song. Give me an upbeat one. Come on.
God damn.
Yo, man.
I could be real if I wanted.
Wish the grace would hit me, yeah. Watch my hype man bail me, yeah. About to lose my mind, I think I'm catching that hysteria.
You can tell me.
Upgrade core passive.
Yeah, I don't wanna talk, never trusting anyone now. I don't wanna fall,
Like, is
cause
it-
they're plotting
is it
on
these?
me. And
Like,
you know it's so
I don't understand what it wants me to
frightening.
do.
I don't really care if I gotta get violent. I'm sick of all these fake smiles and drama. Yeah, they try to be my friend for the commas. And I'm sick of all these headaches
Requires
and
agent level
problems.
15.
Yeah, I wish that it would change, but it's out of my hands. Yeah, I swear my past always filling me with dread. Some friends think I'm better off dead, but can you even call them friends if they're plotting on you? So I'm calling this the end. I cut them off, now I'm alone, coming for the throne. I don't need nobody, I'ma do this on my own. Throwing fakes to the side, no more wasting time. I got a lot of problems, but I keep that in my mind. I can't let you get close to me. Swear you're always so cold to me. Yeah, I see the jealousy in your eyes. Yeah, I see you falling off, I wonder why. I don't wanna talk, never trusting anyone now. I don't wanna fall, cause they're plotting on me. And you know it's so frightening. I don't really care if I gotta get violent. Sick of
Like,
all
is that
these
what I
fake
needed to
smiles
do?
and
Like, I don't get it.
drama. Yeah, they try to be my friend for the commas. And I'm sick of all these headaches and problems. Yeah, I wish that it would change, but it's out of my hands. So you just throw me to the side when you don't get what you want. But I gave you all my time, I gave you all that you flaunt. You let the money come between us, now we're dead in the dirt. Sometimes I hate all the success, know it's a blessing and a curse. So just go on, you're not a friend of me. Plotted on the enemy, now I gotta sever things. And you know it's so dumb, we could've had this all before, but you had to close that door now. I can't let you get close to me. Swear you're always so cold to me. Yeah, I see the jealousy in your eyes. Yeah, I see you falling off, I wonder why. I don't wanna talk, never trusting anyone now. I don't wanna fall, cause they're plotting on me. And you know it's so frightening. I don't really care if I gotta get violent. I'm sick of all these fake smiles and drama. Yeah, they try to be my friend for the commas. And I'm sick of all these headaches and problems. Yeah, I wish that it would change, but it's out of my hands. No. But now you're making it worse. Our love is dead in the dirt. I wasted all of my time. Just want you out of my mind. But now you're making it worse. Our love is dead in the dirt. I wasted all of my time. Just want you out of my mind. I'm falling. Gave away all my time, can't go back. Hurts more than you know, I don't show that. I lost all my sense, I lost confidence. It's a waste to even try. You're just an angel with some devil wings. I won't let in all the pain you bring. Like you know you were my drug, but you're bad for my health. I loved all of your flaws, never loved myself. But now you're making it worse. Our love is dead in the dirt. I wasted all of my time. Just want you out of my mind. mistakes, you broke me down. I changed my ways, I gave you everything you take. I'm moving on, you can't be saved. I know, only want me when you're low. It's so tragic, but I'm fine now. No calling, you hurt me for the last time.
Let me see if that other fucking retard ever uploaded. I remember him seeing it as something about doing a.
Our love is dead in the dirt. I wasted all of my time. Just want you out of my mind, but now you're making it worse. Our love is dead in the dirt. I wasted all of my time. Just want you out of my mind. I'm falling.
Okay.
Don't you break my heart again. I don't love you no more.
These creators killed a community. No, they didn't.
Just go on, doubt myself, take my time. I've been losing every day in my life, trying hard to cope with all I'm facing. Every single night I get so wasted, cause you're making it worse. Our love is dead in the dirt.
I'm about to bust.
Yeah. Hey. Ultra, ultra, how do we get so rare? Ultra, ultra, no man, we don't share. Ultra, ultra, how do we get so rare? Ultra, ultra, no man, we don't share. You ain't seen me like this. Freddy Krueger with the wrist. I've been chillin' my biz. Keep it going, make it quick. You ain't seen me like this. Freddy Krueger with the wrist. I've been chillin' my biz. Keep it going, make it quick. Soda fountain, the best don't at me. Got the most drive, you lame in the backseat. Got too many hits on my chin
Hello,
like
hello,
Jackie.
whoever's
Don't believe me,
watching.
just check my rap sheet. Life's so boring. Life's so
Well, I
boring
watched
when
the
you got
Nick
no
video,
story.
so if anybody's got any
Down on the right
recommendations or
with the
anything
got a damn chef in the house like
for
Corey.
anything else to watch, otherwise I'm just gonna be playing some games.
I talk about zombies, I made a low will and I don't give a fuck about fame. Sick of that shit, man, it turn people vain. But I got third floor patio view and I can't believe it, man, it feels so new. It's true, revenue like you, man, this that real life, you don't take two.
My bullets never lose sight of their target.
You don't have what it takes.
Ultra, ultra, how do we get so rare? Ultra, ultra, no man, we don't share. Ultra, ultra, how do we get so rare? Ultra, ultra, no man, we don't share. You ain't seen me like this. Ready to go with the wrist. I've been chillin' my biz. Keep it going, make it quick. You ain't seen me like this. Ready to go with the wrist. I've been chillin' my biz. Keep it going, make it quick. No flex, but I feel like a prodigy. Got so many things in my life that bother me. Try to hold it down, people try to slaughter me. And I'll be like Christian and all apologies. Watching Beavis and Butthead fantasize about living life with the undead. They don't even know, man, I got a whole plan. Gotta crash cold when the shit is the fan. Don't know what's next. I'm rarely rest. I gotta get ahead no less. I'm always resting. Take 3 months and I'm back to the rap. I'll live my life, then I'm back to the last. Doing like this, man, it's all for the people. Don't focus on negativity or evil. I'm giving my life to the music. I feel like shining, man. I feel like
Why don't you have a taste of my blood? Time to sharpen my claws.
Ultra, ultra.
I'm open to suggestions if anyone's got a video or something to suggest, to watch, react to, whatever.
Ultra, how do we get so rare? Ultra, ultra, no man, we don't share. You ain't seen me like this. Freddy Krueger with the wrist. I've been chillin' my biz. Keep it going, make it quick. You ain't seen me like this. Freddy Krueger with the wrist. I've been chillin' my biz. Keep it going, make it quick.
What's the point of living life if you never even try? What's the point of living life if you
God, this character's so fucking good.
Right until my fingers
Target
blue.
confirmed.
Talking all that trash, you need to find a different point of view. What's the point of life if you feel so down in the dumps? I need can't get enough thoughts like Nemo. These doubters want me to waste over fans, ask me to proceed. Parents say I'm a proceed. This music is what I live for. I almost turned to codeine. Been in the lab like a fiend. Learning guitar famously. Synonymous with my heart. It's like the pen what I need to write these songs. Kind of ironic, I write these wrongs to write these wrongs. Sorry for the music to be long. Yeah, I'm up and down like a seesaw, and everybody else can seem off. But I'm normal to myself, that's why I don't really stop. I put my soul into this music, I know drugs I'm abusing, except my ethics. Love you guys.
Love you.
Point of living life. If you never even try, no, no.
Over here.
What's the point of living life? No.
Michael, let's never lose sight of our target.
Why don't you have a taste of my fries? Move it right here. Preparing takedown.
Dr. Disrespect. I mean, what is there to like? Is there like a video or something that I can watch? Like, I mean, to talk about Dr. Disrespecting, I mean, it's he admitted that he was whispering with a minor using Twitch's whisper feature or whatever. We don't know for certain the age of the minor. We don't know their age specifically. We don't know their exact age. According to his statement, sometimes the conversations would sort of veer towards being inappropriate, but it seems like, at least as far as I don't think the actual logs have ever been leaked yet. So as far as we know at the moment, there was no like legitimate like actual sexting or anything like that. There was nothing like that as far as we know, right? There was no like overt like sexting or anything. No like nudes or anything like that. So I mean, there's really not much to talk about with it, really. I mean, we know that like certain that one reporter guy apparently like had this info for like a long fucking time and just never said anything because he couldn't because what was it, like nobody would go on the record for it. Oh, the Willy Mac. Okay, a Willy Mac has a vid. Yeah, we can watch that. Yeah, we can. Yeah, I can pull that up. That was a Discord notification. And I will be being joined by Abby Blackbird. Willy Mac Ho. Goddamn ant spamming grittying Peter Griffin. All right, let's get her in here. Hello, Abby Blackbird.
Hold on.
Hello. Let's see. What's gonna be the best fucking way to do this? I guess if I put this over here, and then
I don't need to be on screen.
no, I'm not putting you on screen. I'm just so I can still see all my shit, you know. Pause. Okay. Quality 1080p. Full screen. Make sure OBS is capturing it. Okay. Talk again?
Hello?
Okay. Making sure that it's capturing audio.
You don't hear my fan too much or anything?
No, I don't hear it at all.
Okay, cool. I got edamame.
Okay.
Same. Oh, sharp and low. You know the song edamame?
Yes, I'm familiar. Baby No Money and Rich Brian.
Sure.
Formerly known as Rich Chigga.
Sure.
Yeah. What about it?
That's it. That's all I had to say.
That's it? Okay.
Mhm.
Right, share screen. There. Boom. So you can...
Oh, yeah.
Yep. I've done this before.
Oh, sharp and low. One popular. Yeah. Singing, cling, cling, and it was like that.
Well, I guess maybe I should change the title. Change the title. Title is changed. Title is changed. Are you ready? Okay.
It's out of my head, but I'm still in.
How's it?
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
My conscious.
I have it muted.
Oh.
Oh, my bad.
I feel so good.
This was his return stream from messaging a minor. How insane is that? Dr. Disrespect has admitted to inappropriately messaging a minor back in 2017, and that is the reason for his contract termination and ban on Twitch.
Wait, what?
The same year
I said bruh.
a minor.
No,
How insane is that? Dr. Disrespect has admitted to inappropriately messaging a minor back in 2017,
Okay.
and that is the reason for his contract termination and ban on Twitch. The same year he messaged a minor, he won Streamer of the Year.
I get a lot of messages, DMs, emails, whispers.
Doc, no! He was telling us the whole time. He's been dropped by his own game studio, Turtle Beaches, Black Steel Bourbon, dropped from the YouTube partnership program. Even his own website went down. No party admits to any wrongdoing. This is the statement he made in his lawsuit with Twitch. 4 years later, he would write, were there Twitch whispers with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. And then there's the defense of him, which hasn't been based in any sort of factual reality at all.
Your audience is just jerking off watching you, and everybody knows that. And you know it. Look at her. She's looking down saying, stop that. And then she has the balls to go say Dr. Disrespect's a terrible person. Bro, this is my problem with this.
They're both bad people, but like, that doesn't...
But nobody cancels Pokimane. There's no hate brigade. Everyone's like...
text a 17-year-old.
But she has 13-year-olds jerking off to her, and she's fine with it and monetizing it. How is that any better?
I get that, but what do you want her to do? Not show her face?
When Neon's got more common sense than you, it's over. And then there's the least talked about aspect of this story. The terrible journalism by Slasher that is confused, muddied, and made people cast doubt on this entire situation. Admitting to me that he has pushed this story without ever seeing the messages. No nameable source has. As part of his career redemption arc, he pushed the false allegation that Doc was arrested for this.
I did get a DM about an hour ago from someone who lives in Encientes, and he sent me a screenshot from his next door. There is a comment that says, "We just saw Dr. Disrespect in handcuffs," and this is from
bro. Okay, I can't believe you just dropped that in here, because like, if that is untrue, this is like you're squandering all of the cultural capital that you're winning back by being correct on this matter for the past 4 years.
It was untrue. Even Hassan is shocked by the low quality journalism. The goal of this video is to clear out the weeds so you know the full story, front to back. What the information is, who the sources are. There's a lot of misinformation going around, and some of this stuff just makes zero sense. And it makes me feel like I need a lawyer up for the mental damage done to me. But most people don't realize that when you get workers' comp or an injury from a car accident, the insurance companies are often trying their best to take advantage of your inexperience so they could pay you as little as possible. That's why Morgan & Morgan exists. Now, I may not be able to sue Dr.
Let's go.
when it comes to my head injury. It's self-inflicted after all, but you can still go your owed when it comes to your car accident or injury in the workplace. They won't settle for the insurance company's lowball offers. These are just some of the verdicts they've been able to achieve. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm with over 1,000 attorneys, meaning that they have the resources and the manpower to make sure your case gets the best possible outcome. The insurance companies will never tell you this, but if you were part of a serious injury, your case could be worth millions.
Hold up.
Some of this stuff just makes zero sense, and it makes me feel like I need a lawyer up.
For whatever reason, OBS won't fucking capture the goddamn window. So that works. Why won't you capture the fucking window? Okay, wait, let me just copy. Paste.
Winning back by being correct on this matter.
Change that. Okay.
For the past 4 years.
Nope, I didn't press play, motherfucker. Change window for you. Okay.
Years.
It was untrue. Even Hassan is shocked by the low quality journalism. The goal of this video is to clear out the weeds so you know the full story, front to back. What the information is, who the sources are. There's a lot of misinformation going around, and some of this stuff just makes zero sense. And it makes me feel like I need a lawyer up for the mental damage done to me. But most people don't realize that when you get workers' comp or an injury from a car accident, my accident or injury in the workplace. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm with over 1,000 attorneys, meaning that they have the resources and the manpower to make sure your case gets the best possible outcome. The insurance companies will never tell you this, but if you were part of a serious injury, your case could be worth millions of dollars. In the past 12 months, they've achieved significant verdicts for victims involved in life-altering car crashes, like $12 million in Florida and $26 million in Philadelphia, 40 times higher than the highest insurance offer. And the fee is absolutely free unless you win. And you don't even have to sit in a law office for hours to do it. Just use their app to upload relevant documents, medical records, and even communicate with your attorney. It's so easy. So if you ever get seriously injured, your case could be worth millions, life-changing money. You can go to forthepeople.com/Willy or scan the QR code. It only takes a few minutes to see if you have a case. Thank you, Morgan & Morgan, for sponsoring this video.
I did it. I admit it, I did it. I don't give a fuck, I did it.
Dr. Disrespect's lack of transparency over the years I find particularly disturbing. The narrative he let transpire surrounding his ban was so dishonest. On his first stream back from his ban, he'd act like some returning hero.
You think I'm gonna stop right there? You think that's the end of the line? You think we're done?
Hindsight completely changes the meaning of some of the things he says.
We're just getting started.
Dark alleyways is where they're gonna find us.
This is so much funnier knowing that he's a creep. He's thanking people who were supportive of him, who thought he was being screwed by Twitch.
Paid with a $100 donation says, God damn, it feels good to have you back, Doc, and it does feel good. It does.
The original theory that he let culminate was that Microsoft's live streaming service Mixer was stealing some of Twitch's biggest stars. So in March of 2020, Twitch secured Dr. Disrespect with a massive contract. June 22nd of 2020, Mixer would announce that it was shutting down. And mysteriously, just 3 days later, Twitch would ban Dr. Disrespect. This was the narrative at the time, as other sources refused to elaborate and even deleted their tweets. Meanwhile, Doc ate up all the love thrown his way.
Man, the love is strong. A lot of people reached out. In fact, I had an Excel worksheet and I had all these names and I was going to shout them out. I mean, it's like pages. In regards to the ban, there's a lot of people that want to know. They want to know what happened. Why did you get banned? We still have no idea. As far as I'm concerned, we didn't do anything to warrant a ban, let alone how they went about banning us.
This was August 7th of 2020 before the lawsuit. So there is a chance he didn't know, as the messages sent to the minor were from 2017, which was the same time he was caught cheating on his wife. Doc confirms this date in his recent Twitter response,
crazy.
writing, "Were there Twitch whispers with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind those messages? The answer is absolutely not."
Stupid mistakes, man.
There are reports from former Twitch staff alleging that he planned to meet up at TwitchCon with her and that he knew she was underage. I recall that Dr. Disrespect was made aware by the individual that they were underage during the conversation, after which he indicated that this was no problem and continued on. Also saying that Doc's retelling of the messages, leaning too much in the direction of being inappropriate, is vastly downplaying the situation. The employee says that Twitch had an initiative in 2020 to investigate streamers who had allegations against them, and that the alleged victim reported it during this time. That's why it didn't come out in 2017, and why Doc was banned just days after this tweet announcing the new initiative. It was also revealed that YouTube knew the allegations the whole time. That's why they never offered Doc a contract. It seems like everyone behind the scenes knew, so when Doc claims that he didn't, that just doesn't seem believable to me anymore. He looks at his phone and seemingly gets more serious. It seems like he knows something. Then he pulls up a Roblox video and sits in silence, finally saying this before ending his stream immediately.
Life's weird right now.
Oh,
We'll get through this, okay? And
hey, Christopher.
Fuck.
You get to try.
So was he talking about his Roblox video here, or was he talking about his soon-to-be ban? And it just makes me wonder, did he really not know during his comeback stream?
So let the legal professionals do what they need to do. That's it. My conscience, I feel so good. You know who I was talking to right there? I was talking to the small percentage. The ones that there's a sense of urgency that want to know right now, because you know what they want. Something bad to happen out of it, right? Let's not beat around the bush. That's just a small percentage, though. The larger percentage, the true supporters, the followers of the Doc, they know what I'm about. They've been following me for years. They know what I'm about. I don't beat around the bush. I get straight to the point.
In hindsight, it's so manipulative. One thing is for sure, though, he did know during the lawsuit, and he insisted that he was the victim.
Now, I appreciate the support. You guys have just been absolutely amazing. With the Twitch ban, has really how it's really affected us, not just from a financial standpoint, but from a networking standpoint, from all the relationships we've built over the past 5 years in terms of Activision and EA. I mean, everyone, all the big sponsors, all the big partnerships, they have to question, why did you get banned?
I mean, yeah, from a business point of view, it is a completely legitimate question to ask.
But a lot of people ask me, do you know the reason? Yeah, I do know the reason why now. I've known for months now the reason why. And I'll just say this right now, champs. There's a reason why we're suing the out of them, okay? I don't know how else to put it. The amount of damages and you just don't, no, it really fucking sucks. I don't know how else to put it, man. It's affected us in so many different ways. And I've just been in a...
He's making it seem like the reason was completely ridiculous. Twitch is irrational, when there's at least some truth to it. No party admits to any wrongdoing. This was the statement given after Twitch allegedly paid out Dr. Disrespect in full, further pushing the narrative that he did nothing wrong. As you guys know, this would come to a head last week when an ex-Twitch employee, Cody Connors, would tweet, Dr. Disrespect got banned because he was caught sexting minors in the existing Twitch Whispers product. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. Case closed. This would come out during Doc's most recent live stream, which is just hilarious to watch. It all broke right after he ate this cupcake.
Third try, and Baby Assassin brought me a little cupcake as a celebration.
Oh, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
I'm gonna eat my cupcake and I'm gonna celebrate. Nothing you're gonna do about it.
There was, you know,
Bruh.
nothing
What the fuck?
that was going to be sexual
Bruh.
involved, because I'm not like that. You
Bro,
know,
EDP ruined
obviously
like the
text
idea of
messages and
eating a
stuff like that,
cupcake.
you know what I mean?
Note to self, do not
Oh
eat
no, I go
cupcakes.
hard on
Doc's
some
chat will be
cupcakes.
filled with messages
Yeah.
begging him to respond. Even the glasses can't hide the dude
But
in his
I just
eyes.
like the icing.
Yeah.
He's like this for over a minute.
Wait, what? What happened? Oh shit.
And then he goes silent again. A fan would ask how he's doing. Bond, even the glasses can't hide the doom in his eyes.
Obviously the text messages and stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Note to self, do not eat cupcakes. Doc's chat would be filled with messages begging him to respond. Even the glasses can't hide the doom in his eyes.
Oh.
He's like this for over a minute. And then he goes silent again. A fan would ask how he's doing, and he seems to know he's screwed.
How we feeling, Doc? Says Roy. I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little fatigued. Feeling a little fatigued. We came in here, champs. We came in here. High energy. High energy. But I'm telling you, man, I'm just feeling fatigued.
Wow, what convenient timing.
When shit like this happens over the weekend, and it just kind of, it's like, how many times can I I don't, like, I'm actually tired of being on social media, and I've expressed that over the years, champs. I just, you know.
This part actually makes me a bit angry because instead of defending himself or saying that he's going to talk to his lawyers before responding, he acts like he's above taking this seriously.
Over the years, it's just gotten, I don't know, like it's been drained out of me. It's being drained out of me. It's being drained out of my family and I. But I think the first and foremost, though, is, you know, I did have a sort of a planned vacation coming up. And I think I might just extend that starting today, starting now.
He's literally running out of town.
I think when I say step away, I mean, I'm going to have to. Either have to relay this to the Midnight Society, but you know, Maybe I step away from there too.
This was likely Doc strategically getting ahead of his own company, Midnight Society, dropping him. And then there's the boldest part of Doc's defense, which is saying that all of his haters are terminally online. Trust me when I say this, to all my haters that live and breathe social media with zero real life experience, I don't give a f about you. I'm not going anywhere. I don't know how you're gonna call anyone terminally online when you were a 35-year-old man cheating on your wife with a 17-year-old. Now this is all under the assumption that what Doc is...
That's a stretch. We don't know if he was cheating on his wife with the 17-year-old. We know he was cheating on his wife with, like, fucking convention booth babes or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
I think if you're talking to somebody I think if you're talking to somebody that you're planning on meeting up with,
But
allegedly.
there's no proof that he was actually planning on meeting it. That's what I'm saying. The logs aren't out there yet, so we don't know what was actually talked about. We don't know what was actually said. All we really have is, like, the word of that one journalist who kind of, like, showed that he
It could still be cheating. It could still be cheating.
But we have to see the actual logs, see what was actually being said. We don't, without knowing, like, just going off of, like, from the journalist, what the journalist implies is that it would be, yes, that it was some type
Well,
of
do you think
cheating.
it was a guy?
What? That doesn't, the gender
You
doesn't
think he was
matter.
talking to a guy? It does matter. Absolutely, it matters. If he's talking to trannies, if he's talking to, fucking trans people versus, like,
well, nothing
like
else I was like about
versus,
to say
like,
has anything
a
to do
minor is not like a high jump. It absolutely does.
Well, what I was about to say, gender doesn't matter. What I was saying.
He's still cheating if it's with another. If he's talking outside of his marriage to a woman, yeah, I consider it cheating.
Yes, that's what I was literally saying. I was saying, going off of what the journalist was saying, with the journalist is the journalist guy who did the whole story and whatnot, Rolling Stones and all that, it would be some form of cheating. But going off of what Doc's statement was, it might have been it doesn't. I don't think that it would have. If what he's saying was accurate, it wouldn't really be cheating. Because we don't know. We haven't seen the logs. We don't know what was actually being said to say if it was cheating or not. That's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying. The gender doesn't matter. If it was another person, if it was a guy or a girl, if it was like a.
It doesn't matter for what, like, Doc said.
For what?
Of course, Doc's not going to insinuate that it's cheating. That'd fuck his one pass that he's had.
Well, yeah, but of course the journalist would insinuate that it would be cheating because that makes the story fucking better. That's what I'm saying. Without seeing the actual logs, it's.
You don't need to make a story better when it's already a minor.
Yeah, but clearly this author hasn't. But the journalist had this information for 4 fucking years and only just now came out with it. He held on to it for years, so he's not the best, most morally sound journalist. So I mean.
No, but you don't need to make a huge jump when you're just saying a minor.
Mm-hmm.
And slasher is garbage. I agree.
Yeah. I'm just saying, asserting that he was cheating on his wife with a 17-year-old, which we don't even know the act. I don't even think the age is officially actually confirmed. Yeah, that's just what I think. That's just also what the journalist says in the stories, that it was 17. I don't think.
Did he change it to 17?
The journalist? I don't know.
No, Doc in his
Doc never says an
thing on
age.
Twitter.
Doc never says an age. He just says minor.
Okay.
17 comes from, I think, from Slasher.
Was verified by the journalist. But surprisingly, the information they've actually laid eyes on is less than you realize. A lot less. If there is a defense for Dr. Disrespect, I'm having trouble looking past 2 major red flags. The first one is when he says, were there intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. What were those false intentions? Was it meeting up? It's exactly what pedos say on To Catch a Predator when they show up to the house.
This man's excuse sounds pretty old. And what have you heard about those stories?
That there's pedophilers out there, but that's not my intention tonight. I just wanted to have a
party and have a good time.
He also takes moral responsibility, with his only defense being, anyone who truly knows me fucking knows where I stand on those things.
He said that he was messaging a minor and it would sometimes lead to teeter on inappropriate if he knew that was a minor and those were the messages being sent. I cannot support that. I can't.
He basically confirms that, you know, he was texting an underage girl and it went weird sometimes, you know, and look, just to be blunt and straightforward, man, that's inexcusable. It's unacceptable, right? I can't support it. I can't defend it.
The defense of Doc has also been one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. There's an email going around defending Doc. It was an anonymous source saying that the girl was 17, but that Doc didn't know the age at the time. And because of the brand name, the messages could be interpreted as inappropriate. That's why in the court proceedings, they settled with no wrongdoings. But this thing's obviously fake because it gets so many details wrong. Like saying that the Twitch whispers were from many weeks prior from his last stream. We know according to Doc himself, it was 3 years prior. This anonymous email has also been called out as fake by Slash's anonymous source.
Have you seen this email going around,
Yes,
by the
I
way?
can say it is 100% fake bullshit, just like everything else. Stop believing everything you read on the internet,
Thank
okay?
you. Wait,
A
no,
primary source says, literally in quotes, LOL in capital letters, this is complete bullshit.
Yet for some reason, you have people like Sneeko taking it as a fact. Western culture is hilarious. If someone texts a girl that's 17 years, 11 months old, he gets jumped by the whole industry. But if the same girl waits one more month to sell her body on OnlyFans, she is celebrated by that same industry as an independent queen. Clown world. We do not know this girl's age. She could be 17 or she could be 15, 13. We have no idea. On top of that...
But you were just... Oh my fucking god. So now he's gonna go with the whole, we don't know her age, but then earlier, oh, he was cheating on a boy with a 17-year-old. Why would you say... To me, that's, I hate when people do that. I hate that shit. Like, yes, no matter what, it's wrong, but like, don't use the age... try to use the age for like, oh, he was cheating on a 17-year-old, but then it's like, well, we don't know her age. We don't even know like what who the account is, like... For all, I know it's a conspiracy theory thing, but like, it could be someone faking that they're a fucking minor. Like, we don't know for certain.
Doc is 42. He would have been 35 at the time. If you're 35 years old and you're trying to hook up with a minor, I'm going to call you the P word. You have all this fame and money, and the only thing you have to do is not message someone who's under 18, and you blew it.
Dr. Disgusting, says Valkyrie. Yuck, says Pokimane. Everyone hates you, but as soon as that second hits midnight, then she can sign up on OnlyFans, sell her body, and then everyone's gonna parade around and say, you go, queen, you're an independent girl boss, slay, clown world. I don't know everything about Dr. Disrespect, but what is the, like, let's break it down. Pokimane pretty much does softcore porn for 14-year-old boys. Her audience is 95% men who are jerking off the entire stream. Pokey, I want to poke you, Pokey.
We're comparing Pokimane, who has simps, and maybe you could argue she could thirst trap, with Dr. Disrespect, who was caught messaging a minor. These are not comparable whatsoever. Even Neon recognizes that.
Pokimane, your audience is just jerking off watching you, and everybody knows that. And you know it. Look at her. She's looking down saying, stop that. Look at that cringe. She's cringing at her simp fans jerking off on the stream all day, and she's aware of it. And then she has the balls to go say Dr. Disrespect's a terrible person. Bro, this is my problem with this.
They're both bad people, but like that doesn't.
But nobody cancels Pokimane. There's no hate brigade. Everyone's like,
text a 17-year-old.
But she has 13-year-olds off to her, and she's fine with it and monetizing it. How is that any better?
I get that, but what do you want her to do? Not show her face, like,
or don't get on a moral high ground about
like
Dr.
I mean, the way she's like, it doesn't look like she's dressed crazy.
But she has no legs to stand on and a moral high ground about Dr. Disrespect. When Twitch is 13 plus and her entire chat is jerking off to her, and she's aware. She's like right here. She's
in a perfect world, what do you want her to do?
Don't talk shit about Dr. Disrespect.
How can she help that? Does she need to wear a hijab? One is Dr. Disrespect directly participating in the interaction. The other one is Pokimane just existing on camera. Jeremy has been pushing the same lie that the girl was confirmed 17. After Doc admitted to messaging a minor, Jeremy replied, firm handshakes. Are you congratulating him, Jeremy? I don't understand. He'd delete this tweet and say, spam my firm handshakes reply to him all you want in the replies. I am right. You were all acting like he got caught having sex with a 9-year-old. Jeremy would reel this back on his YouTube channel, coming up with a conspiracy saying this only came out because Nick Merckx hates trans people.
It's my opinion that the only reason that this finally came out about Doc is because Nick kicked the hornet's nest by saying, leave the kids alone. Nick had said, hey, these, certain types of people are not real people. You're either a boy or you're a girl. And then coincidentally, a few days later, they released what the real reason Doc was banned for. Now, I assume that means they probably didn't have anything on Nick, and they figured the best way to hurt him would be to hurt his friend. These people who are moralizing on Twitter about it and celebrating it, they never cared about protecting kids. They never cared about what Doc did. They cared that Doc's friend dunked on the LGBTQ community.
I feel like Nick's been doing that once a week for the past 5 months. There's no correlation here. It's always got to loop back to trans people. Are the trans people under your bed right now, Jeremy? No matter what the ex-employee's motives were, it's good that this is out. Now, even though this whole subject made Jeremy look like a clown at best and a freak at worst, I still agree with his video in principle.
What I'm saying is, let me see the messages. If the messages really are as bad as the left and the mainstream media want you to believe, they've all clearly seen them. And if you put them out there and they really are, the bad of the bad, then it's over, right? It's just done.
And it begs the question, why didn't Twitch make this clear from the start and have the journalist even seen anything? The answers are concerning.
La da da, a toast to the bad guy. With bad bitches, the bad times will pass by.
The problem with the main journalist on this story is that he's always leading people on as if he knows more than he actually does, ultimately confusing the story. When asked what is the age of the girl, Slasher, aka Rod, gives a non-answer.
Do you know the age of the person?
Was not used in the reporting.
Are they 17 or are they younger than 17?
I do not have comment.
What do you mean you don't have a comment? Do you know or not? Okay, how about this? Why didn't Twitch say anything allowing this alleged predator to roam freely for 4 years, paying him millions in the process?
All of this was about protecting the victim, okay? That is why Twitch has never said anything. They will never say anything, not just about this case, but any of the other sexual misconduct, harassment, or assault cases that have ever happened on this platform, whether it's Method Josh or Hashinshin or Doc or anyone else.
That is very different, as Method Josh had screenshots and receipts backing up the allegations. And Shinshin has Twitch whispers that leaked of him talking to a 15-year-old while he was 26, saying she should watch him without pants on. Twitch confirmed that this is why they banned him. It is the opposite of what Slasher is saying. With Doc, there's nothing, and the fact that Twitch willingly paid out makes them look bad, like they mishandled this whole thing.
The responsibility of trust and safety and the legal and law enforcement employees that work for these companies, they are to protect the victim. They're to make sure the victims are anonymous and to make sure the victims are safe. The only reason we know about certain other cases is because those victims came forward. The victim never wanted to come forward or be involved in this situation. That is why Twitch had never said anything, and they will continue to never say anything.
Right, but if the evidence didn't come forward in these other cases, these guys would still be around with clean reputations. Also, how does releasing the messages endanger the victim? Just redact the name. Then we wouldn't have 4 more years of potentially new victims. Destiny would challenge Slasher on this, and he wouldn't have a good answer.
Out of the piece is to contextualize why Twitch was unable to say anything, and why they do not say anything, and why something like the logs are never going to come out, nor should you want to see them.
But is there an answer that's good, or is it just like to protect the victim thing?
Well, they're the two main answers, and all that it needs to be focused on is that, quote unquote, it not only endangers the victim, which needs to be the priority, Destiny. It's not for.
Wait, how does it endanger the victim?
Any potential for the victim to be identified.
How could it possibly lead to the victim being identified?
There is no reason. So Slasher just starts making up new reasons for why these messages can't be released. It's suddenly illegal to show the messages.
People should not and cannot demand information and access to when not only should they not have it, but a lot of times it is illegal. Okay?
But then I don't, because Doc knows who the person was, right?
Yes, but the public doesn't. Nobody else does.
Yeah, but how is the public seeing a personal DM going to like clue them in? Like, do we have?
It's not. It is illegal to publicly show underage minors and their conversations.
There's
Why would
no shot that's illegal.
What law is he citing?
just
I
flat
don't
out
know.
not, yeah.
Everyone disagrees. No one can find anything. If there was nude sent or illegal material, I would understand. But Twitch has already reported this incident to authorities, and apparently there is no investigation.
And when it was initially reported, all reports with CSCA or CSAM are reported to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children.
Okay, so there is a report on Dr. Disrespect at the National Center.
The legal process after, again, no court records have ever been found. I've never been able to get law enforcement to comment or even acknowledge that a thing exists. Do not have details on where it went after.
Just to be clear, though, those are just reports, right? So, like, for instance, if I think that Forethought has been engaged in bad behavior in my subreddit, like, if I would make that report to them. They would have that report filed. That doesn't mean anything. It's just a report, right?
Well, NCMEC automatically works with all law enforcement organizations.
Sure, I'm just saying that, like, a report is just a report. It doesn't necessarily mean that, like, something happened. It just means somebody felt like they had an obligation to make that report, right?
Yeah, well, Twitch is obligated to make that report.
Now, just because nothing came from this doesn't mean Doc isn't guilty. It just means what he did wasn't illegal. That is why it's important for the court of public opinion to have evidence so they can make a proper decision. Inappropriate messages with minors get posted all the time as part of other stories. I don't know why this one would be any different or why it would be illegal, but either way, when Doc chose to sue Twitch, they had the option to take
Wait, go back a little bit.
Messages could leak through illegal
How far?
avenue. Slasher chose to sue Twitch.
To the messages.
I don't know why this one would be
right here.
John's fine. Probably only read through 40% or so. The psych draws with a campsite. Okay, go press play a little bit. I know that drama.
or why it would be illegal.
Let's pause. Oh, lizard cami. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
But either way,
What does it say on the screen? Their DMs. What does it say?
Just means somebody felt like they had an obligation to make that report, right?
Yeah, well, Twitch is obligated to make that report.
Now, just because nothing came from this doesn't mean Doc isn't guilty. It just means what he did wasn't illegal. That is why it's important for the court of public opinion to have evidence so they can make a proper decision. Inappropriate messages with minors get posted all the time as part of other stories. I don't know why this one would be any different or why it would be illegal.
There was sexting.
I think it's like a clip from like a video.
Yeah, it's from a different video. Yeah,
Legal.
for sure.
But either way, when Doc chose to sue Twitch, they had the option to take things to discovery where the messages could leak through a legal avenue. Slasher says they didn't because they wanted to protect the victim.
Twitch's responsibility ultimately will always be on the victim and to try to do what they can. And specifically in this case, because it involved a minor, having it always be as anonymous as possible and their safety was their primary importance.
Sure, you can say all of this, but like, Twitch could have literally just said like, we've terminated the contract with Dr. Disrespect because we found out that he was engaged in like illicit sexual contact with underage people. Like, I don't know how that statement endangers the victim. Like, Doc already knows that personally. He knows 100% why his contract was terminated. So I don't know how that.
Like if they give the specifics here, then they're obligated to give specifics on many other very delicate, strong situations.
Wait, why? No, they're not.
Is it completely necessary that Twitch or another tech company is responsible for giving specifics, especially in a case like this?
Is it completely necessary? I mean, like, probably not necessary. It's just like nice for like the public safety, I guess.
Well, if they want to protect future victims as well as the current one, I would say it's necessary.
Because it involves a minor in this case, they can legally even say what that hypothetical statement giving out.
You literally can't make a statement whatsoever.
The whole argument he's making is a paradox. He's like, the reason Twitch can't leak it is because they need to protect the victim. That's why Cody's so awesome for leaking it.
He is a very upstanding individual. I can say that there is no NDA and that he really he walked his dog, came home and said, "It will do it live," and made the tweet. There is actually no like contractual reason why this happened. It is left ambiguous about what his tweet even means to this day anyway. If that tweet did not happen, primary sources and a certain document, which I have received and other journalists have received that is floating out there, would not have been revealed without the tweet.
He then reveals that Cody has never seen the messages.
Cody, by the way, is a secondhand source. So Cody was never a primary source. Cody, I can say, never saw the whispers directly. Cody never saw the trust and safety document that has been going around. Cody, for example, was never a primary source. Okay, Cody, as a person, was always a secondhand person to gain knowledge from somebody else.
Are you saying he didn't have firsthand of this? Wasn't he head of partnerships at Twitch?
It doesn't matter.
So he didn't know then, for sure. He had no idea. No first.
So trust and safety is going to be separate. Trust and safety is going to be separate.
But you're saying that he didn't talk to this guy or see this stuff for himself.
No.
So the only public nameable source has not seen the messages. That's crazy. So the new excuse becomes, well, we can't show them because that'll interfere with the legal case.
Trust and safety and enforcement ops and, you know, a lot of things I talk about, like them doing the work that they did is why everyone had been in the dark this whole time. If things had gotten out earlier, if you had wanted Twitch to explain, that would have compromised the entire case, and that would compromise everyone else that is there.
He doesn't elaborate any farther. He's already said that there was no legal case or investigation, so what could be compromised? He's seemingly making up new reasons every minute. When that doesn't work, Slasher's new talking point is to say you should never want to see the messages. You're weird for even asking. Just blindly believe journalists.
It is not the public's duty to know all this information. It can be the duty of journalists like myself and Cecilia to try to do good work while respecting the victim and trying to get information out to the public at the same time. What? But sources are under no obligation to speak to journalists and to do anything. Their obligation is always for the victims in these situations. I just want to try to get that type of context out there. A lot of the piece is to contextualize why Twitch was unable to say anything and why they do not say anything, and why something like the logs are never going to come out, nor should you want to see them. Even in general, it should be that you don't want to see conversations for minors to try to have to prove to you or anyone on the internet about how contextually this conversation is okay or not as bad or whatever. For you to want to have to see it is not a realistic thing that you or anyone else on the internet should ever expect.
Eventually, he just says these messages won't leak. In fact, they don't even exist anymore, so stop asking.
If they don't see the actual whispers and messages that happened here, they'll never be convinced, and that is not going to happen. From what I understand, those do not exist. All right, those are not, at least from those people that I have talked to, if they exist, they do not know that they exist. You will never see them.
Wait, you could. Some expectation. No, that would be insane.
So you know what? I will trust the journalist. As long as they have verified the content with their own eyes, that's good enough for me. But they haven't. I want you to listen through this hypothetical.
Can I ask you a question on this thing? So let's say...
Oh yeah, I remember watching this.
I give you firsthand...
I watched this whole Destiny video. I remember this part. This shit was fucking crazy. Slasher was just incapable of engaging with a very simple hypothetical.
Information about
why do you think that is?
Okay.
Because he knows that a lot of it's that he knows that
very extra.
He knows that he knows that the story is I think he just knows
blown the fuck up.
I just think that he knows that it's just not as cut and dry and as strong of a story as he wants or needs it to be for his career. Because why else would he because if he's seen whatever this document or whatever that he's referencing when he's talking about with Hassan,
of course he hasn't.
Well, he says
he's supposed to be illegal. He does.
He says he's seen some. He says that there's some document or whatever that's been floated out to himself and other journalists and other journalism places. But
yeah, it's probably an announce oh, by the way, we've settled this, blah 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 blah. Actually, that's what it is.
But he says that it's the way he words it, it sounds like it's like something that's like recent. The settling was like years ago.
Was it? Was it all that long ago?
Oh yeah, Doc was banned like what 20.
I don't remember.
2020.
2020. They said 20 July 2020 or something like that.
Yeah, the settlement thing.
And then they said
I'm pretty sure
that
that's been done for like at least a couple of years at this point.
at least a year or so. Yeah. Yeah, because when did that Tro video come out? Because they had settled by the time that Tro video came out. That was like a year or so ago. That was like a year ago. Had to been, I think.
But yeah, like
you watch Tro? What the fuck's wrong with you?
I do watch Tro. I don't remember every fucking
Oh, okay.
video.
Oh, I do. I have a weird memory.
Yeah.
Like, I remember all the things I did watching the Nikocado avocado video.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because it was like the best thing that happened to me like in a long time during the summer because it was like so fucking boring. Like, there was nothing like, you know, because we all recycled the same bullshit during COVID. So I was like super stoked that there was like a 5-hour nonsensical video about Nikocado avocado. Now I just know he is actually a gigantic piece of shit.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue with your.
So yeah, whatever this doc is that he's apparently seen, which I guess gives him and the journalist some form of like deeper information that the public doesn't have. But then he like when asked on the specific age of the person, he just says, "I have no comment," which means like just going off of that specific wording would mean that he knows, but he's not gonna say.
Actually, like, how boring was his marriage that he had to go like cheat with everything with 2 legs? That's all I need to know. Or is he just a garbage person? That's all I need to know. Like, I just want to know, like, because she like, from what I understand, she put up with a lot from him, from what I remember.
Oh yeah.
Like again, this is a lot of it's from the video. Where the
Yeah.
fuck are these people that I'm trying to kill right now? Sorry, Fortnite.
But
I can't see anything. Okay.
When asked.
Sorry, continue, please.
When asked the age, he says, "No, I have no comment," which just off that wording would imply that like he knows or he has at least some information about the person's age, but for whatever reason is choosing to not specify their age, and then he just like thinks that the logs will never come out, saying, and then like he said, like he showed like Willie showed that clip, something about like saying something about they don't exist, as if like there's no like. I guess no like recorded documentation of the logs, which would be insane. That would be insane that there's to believe that there is no like the logs aren't documented somewheres by somebody.
That is a good. I'm sure there is. Actually,
Yeah.
I could more so believe that than anything else.
Like it has like yeah, like there's no way that they wouldn't that somebody somewhere doesn't have a copy or some sort of documentation of those logs, especially if that's the reason.
I bet you, yeah, they probably have a backlog of all the
Yeah.
servers, I'd imagine.
Especially if because of these messages in this chat was the reason that they banned him. Either for
Well, here's
legal
another
purposes or
question.
whatever,
When
they
did-
would have had to have kept a copy of it or something like that, just for legal.
Here's another question. When did Amazon buy Twitch?
A fucking long ass time ago. Amazon's had Twitch for a long fucking time. Like, cause
I don't
Doc's
fucking know.
contract was like a $50 million contract. I don't think Twitch was doing contracts like that.
It was a big chunk. It was during the whole Mixer bullshit
Yeah,
thing.
it was like 50 million. And that was, I don't think Amazon. I don't think Twitch was doing contracts like that before Amazon fucking bought them. When did Amazon?
Yeah, you're probably right.
I think I've heard about other contracts that Twitch has done. I think before Amazon. I think they were like I think the highest one that I can remember off the top of my head was like maybe like 13 million. I don't even remember who, but I feel like I remember that.
I never really like was big into Twitch because they fucking suck. No offense, Twitch.
Yeah, August 25th, 2014.
Oh yeah, so a while. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so they already,
okay. I'm
they
following.
already
I'm
own
following.
them. Yeah. So like, he refuses to say it in
I got a
age.
new Bugatti.
And tries to imply that like, it says that like whatever he said on Hassan's stream where about like it doesn't even exist, which is insane. And then,
Bro, isn't it like wild? Like, and it's like an alternate universe that they're trying to like correct what he did on Hassan's stream. It's fucking wild.
And then then what he said during Destiny's stream whenever he was on there about like you're not gonna see the logs, nor should you want to. Like, why would
What, implying like CSAM? Like, what the fuck is up with that?
I don't know. It's just like, why would you say, like, in what universe does somebody have like allegations against them of inappropriate messages with a minor, or just in general? Like, even if like, because like even it doesn't even like, even if you remove the minor aspect from the situation, or like if you like if you take that statement of like you're not gonna see the logs and you shouldn't want to, if you like apply that to like the I'm Alex shit, that'd be insane to think that, to tell people that you shouldn't even want to see like evidence of like what Alice was claiming he was saying. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking dumb. Like, anybody should, even especially
I think that shit's wild too, because like
how does a journalist like, oh no, you shouldn't want to see evidence for this, you should just read the
journalists
story and take it as what
journalists
I'm saying
mean nothing. Like, that's just a fucking
Go and
term
grab a
of
water real quick,
endearment
but
at
I
this
can still
fucking
hear you
point.
if you keep talking.
Okay, I will talk about, what was the thing that I heard about I'm Alex the other day? I think it was about, who was it from? Kristen Ark? It was really fucking funny. Let me look it up. Chris. I'm like also playing Fortnite, so I'm also multitasking, but it's okay. I am a woman. I can make it happen. I don't know if that means anything, to be honest. Holy shit. Wait. What? No way. Oh, you're talking about. Okay. What was the fucking joke, dude? It was hilarious. It was like thinking about. Oh well. Okay. I don't know. Anyways, oh, what I was gonna say though was about how I've been following that next door post, and there's been like fuck all on it, to be honest.
Next door post? Oh, you talking about like the Dr. Disrespect next door posting about him like.
Yeah, there's been nothing on it. Like, there's been like there was.
It was like bullshit.
It wasn't even the main person that posted it. It was the person. A person commented on the main post about it.
Right.
It wasn't even like a direct post. It was kind of gay. I sent it to Tommy when it first happened, and he was like, "Yeah, it seems like it's kind of a dead story." And I was like, "I kind of agree. Like, it does seem really fucking dead," which is like true and fair, because like it's been kind of gay, to be honest. Like, he's not going to admit to anything, and I like 100% agree, because if you know anything about legal, which he already kind of fucked up in the first place, like there's no point.
Yeah. But yeah.
Anyways.
But yeah, like saying that like you shouldn't want to see the logs, like it's just like it. A lot of his like wording and stuff is just like. You know
what it seems like? It seems like pedo defending behavior. That's what that sound. No, just kidding. I don't care.
It just seems like he really wants this story to be like. Because I'm not super familiar with Slasher or his history, but it seems like this is like.
He's kind of a piece of shit.
Right. It seems like this
That's what I've
story
gathered.
is like. It is to him. It seems like he's treating it like this is like his big break back into like journalism or whatever the fuck. But then he's like doing all these like really making these very weird choices and like not engaging with like simple hypotheticals. Like because I've seen, like I said, I watched this Destiny video, and I know like if this is what I'm thinking it, if this is the part of the video that I'm thinking it is, it's like Dan literally just asks him like proposes like a hypothetical about like the possibility of like somebody leaking the logs, and the guy's just like, no, it wouldn't happen, blah blah blah. And like even like Willie showed earlier, he like he just randomly says it like showing the DMs of a minor, blah, blah, some whatever is like illegal, and it's just flat out not.
I remember a couple months ago that Dan pushed Destiny to leak it, and he didn't.
Right.
It was gonna be good, and then he didn't, and it was like, fuck you.
Like,
I gotta get out of this car.
Like, this dude's had this info for years and just never really reported on it. And then like his reasoning for like why he didn't report on it was because he didn't have like nobody would go on the record or whatever the fuck. And it was just like, but like if all the shit was like there and you knew the info and you knew that it was like sound, you don't need somebody to go on the fucking record. you could have still came out with a story, and it would have.
I see what his reason. I see what the imagination reasoning is, but I don't think that that's actually the reason.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Yeah.
I think he's just using that as a scapegoat.
Probably. But yeah, if this is the hypothetical I'm thinking of, it's fucking insane how he just couldn't engage with it at all.
I show you stuff, but I don't
It's
let you make
gay.
Yep.
a copy. But you know now this is legit shit. So I show you a video of Destiny stomping on
it's
puppies,
this one
and
now.
it's like the most up shit you've ever seen. But you know this is legit. Like, you can't deepfake what I just showed you. You're throwing up. It's so fucking unbelievably. And he's sitting there saying, "Yeah, look, dogs. Doesn't matter. I eat them for meat. Why would I care about them here?" Like, the whole thing. It's real. I've shown you this. I'm obviously a good friend of Destiny. The whole thing. But I'm like, listen, I can't give you a copy of this. He knows I'm the only one who has a copy. I don't even know why he sent it to me. Are you going to report on it?
No.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'd report the shit out of
I
that.
need the
Bro.
copy.
Wow, that's a very high bar for verification.
Yeah, he cuts it off for him. But
Bro.
Slasher
What?
Slasher says he wouldn't report on it because he would need a copy of the video. But yet apparently he doesn't. Like, as far as we're aware, there's no copy of the fucking logs of this chat.
Wait, he said there is a report on the conversation, right?
Like, what do you mean
Like the report as far as like CSAM and like to the missing children,
Oh,
blah
yeah,
blah
like
blah, or whatever the hell the
Nizmek
function
or whatever?
is. Yeah,
Like,
whatever it
a
is.
report
Yeah.
was filed, but that's what Destiny was in the clip that Willie showed earlier. Destiny was saying that, like, just because there's a report filed doesn't really mean anything. It just means that somebody made a report. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
yeah, like it doesn't really mean anything. It's just a report was filed, and that's really it.
Like I've filed reports before on people, and nothing's happened. Like if anything, I've had shittier situations happen because of it.
Right.
Like just because you file a report doesn't actually mean anything.
Exactly.
Actually, it tends to just not really mean anything unless you're fucking dead. To be
Right.
honest.
And like, which I mean, I don't know if we could watch the Destiny video after this if you want to. It's It's a pretty.
Whatever's clever.
Yeah. Because like it was Dan actually made some pretty good points and like counters to like some of the stuff that like Slasher said.
Dan's
about,
fucking funny, dude.
about,
that guy makes me fucking laugh.
Yeah, he had some pretty good counters to some of the stuff the guy was saying about Nickisnotgreen, because apparently Dan has had to deal with Nickisnotgreen before because of whatever company.
What?
Because of the whatever company Dan had started that like I guess he sold was it some like Dan was like the founder of what was it? I forget.
Fuck this shit, dude. Where are you, dumb bitch? Sorry, I'm playing Fortnite.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I get what you're saying though, where they had to like do mandatory reports or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. 1 second.
I feel.
Dan's a tech millionaire, been in Destiny's community for a long time.
Saying that.
His last name is Saltman.
Someone saying that in chat?
No, I'm looking at. I searched Dan streamer on Google and I got like a result. For,
fuck me, bro.
For Destiny subreddit. Dan. It says his name is Dan.
Yeah, he's been around for quite a while. Yeah.
1 second. Is this him?
You know, he thought that Bunty King was fucking the Bunty King. That shit's so fucking funny. Oh, bro, come on. I'm so close to that car.
Well,
I need to get closer to that car.
He's at least Dan's Twitter bio says big boss at redacted dev, which is a free software that lets you
Redact.dev.
Yeah, that lets you mass delete your like Twitter posts.
Yeah.
But I think.
Oh shit! Wait! I needed that. Fuck. No, that's fine. I'll just.
I thought it was like he started. I forgot what the name of the site is or whatever.
Dude, these fucking ants are gonna get the fucking. I swear to God, I hate fucking ants. They're so fucking annoying.
Here's his LinkedIn. Oh, I have to fucking log in with Google to fucking look at the.
Oh, here, link it to me. I can log in.
Oh, I'm already logged in.
I have some. Oh, okay. Well, fuck you.
Why do I need to give you my location? Just let me look at the. I don't give a fuck. No, I just want to see the.
I need to change my fucking LinkedIn. My shit's boring. I kind of have it intentionally boring though, to be fair.
Okay. Oh my god, why is it?
Okay. Let's go. Is this got a scope? That's not got a scope. That's got a scope. That doesn't have a scope. Does this have a scope? Nothing has a scope. What the fuck is this? It's fucking garbage shit. Okay, let's go. Let's fucking kill people.
Co-founder. God damn, he's co-founded a lot of shit.
Well, that's what happens when you're Jewish.
Okay, that's what I remember. He was co-founder of Tiny Chat. So apparently with
Tiny Chat?
Tiny Chat. Yeah, whatever Tiny Chat is.
It's Tiny Chat again.
Tiny Chat.
Irrelevant deep dives. Let's go, boys. I love it.
Live video chat rooms.
Oh, so kind of like a Stickam. You may be too young for Stickam.
I guess so. Yeah.
I was too young for
An online
Stickam,
video
but
chat
you know.
Community.
Yeah, same thing. It's like AIM Messenger, but with like video chat rooms.
Right. So like apparently like when he was working, whenever he was dealing with Tiny Chat, they had to deal with Nismek sometimes or whatever the fuck, some shit like that.
Oh, 100%. I'm pretty positive that's why Stickam went down. It's just so much to fucking deal with. It's not worth it.
Right.
Is that what he essentially says?
I don't remember. I think it's just because of the nature of the site, they just would sometimes, depending on like.
Well,
they
yeah,
would
I
have to
mean,
deal with them.
pedos
Yeah.
are fucking rampant on shit
So,
like that, bro.
Yeah. I mean, if we watch the thing, we'll you'll see. But yeah.
I believe you, but yeah, for sure.
Verification. I respect that. So I figured Slasher must have the messages. So I asked him, Slasher, I need to know, do you have the messages? Have you seen them? Do you know who may have them? He says, I do not have the messages. Only a very few have access within Twitch. I told him that I don't understand why the messages couldn't be leaked, and he replied, that seems very misguided. I don't know why people are clamoring for this. He reiterates that we have to trust what Twitch is doing, and that someone in his position as a journalist has completely verified the information, and it has passed both the journalistic and legal bar. If you noticed, he's not answering my questions, so I repeat myself, just to verify you did see them with your own eyes. He ignores me and tells me I can track down primary sources, but he won't tell me where to start. So I asked the same question again.
Hilarious.
Just to clarify, you saw the messages with your own eyes. This is not some word of mouth shit. And he replies, the whispers and statements were seen by sources who had direct knowledge / access to them. Remember when I...
So he's basically, has not seen them at all by himself. He's just going...
So...
He's using primary sources and just going with that. But yet...
That's base, bro. That's fucking base as fuck,
But yet when Dan poses that hypothetical of like, oh, I show you this video of Destiny fucking kicking and stomping dogs. Would you report on it? But then I can't give you a copy or whatever.
Well, but I mean, killing dogs isn't always fucking criminal, to be honest.
Okay, yeah,
unfortunately,
it doesn't really matter. But the hypothetical was like, I show you this video, but yet I say that I can't give you a copy of it because I'm the only one with a copy and he'll know it was me. Would you report on it? He says no, but yet you don't have a copy of these fucking logs, but yet you still reported on it. Like
literally,
it's contradictory or hypocritical, whatever.
It's nonsensical. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait. No, you're fine. Ignore me.
Slasher loves giving off the perception that he's more credible than he actually is. I repeat myself for the 4th time, but did you see them? Please be direct. And he finally says, no, I mentioned that already. Really? Because I had a different interpretation when you said you completely verified the information. Our definition of the word verified is not the same. Does anyone else feel like this is a problem? This is being pitched as a case closed allegation. Cody, the ex-employee who broke the story, has not seen the messages. Slasher, the journalist who's been taking all the credit, has not seen the messages.
Bro.
The Bloomberg journalist has not seen the messages. Twitch apparently can't release the messages because it will
I
compromise
placed
the victim.
second.
Twitch apparently can't redact the messages because it would be illegal. Twitch apparently can't give a statement because that will ruin the legal case. Oh, but also there is no case or investigation taking place. All of this is stemming from an anonymous source that used to work at Twitch's Trust and Safety. But the only damning part of this story is Doc's tweet responding to Cody, admitting he inappropriately messaged a minor. Look, Twitch has screwed up this entire story. Slasher defending him, saying they paid him out, let him exist for 4 years growing on another platform, all because the victim didn't want her anonymous messages to get out there, is like saying the police chose to let a murderer get away because the family doesn't want to relive the trauma. It's stupid because it's potentially putting public safety at risk. So what does this mean? People like me are going to read in between the lines and assume these messages are way worse than Doc is letting on, that the anonymous sources are probably right. But the reality is, when Doc comes back, he says he's going to come back. He's going to frame it like this: the tweet I made was panicked and had to be purposely vague. The messages were simply out of context jokes that maybe leaned inappropriate at times, but nothing more. It's not serious. Nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed. Twitch says they gave it to authorities, but there was no charges. I'd like to give more context, but I'm tied to legal obligations. I didn't do anything wrong. No wrongdoings were found, and Twitch paid me. I would bet money that this is a statement, and without evidence, this is really hard to dispute. People like me have nothing to point to besides anonymous sources and journalists who haven't seen anything. The public will believe Doc because that's the only information that will exist.
Shame on you, Dr. Disrespect! Shame on you for what you do!
People are not going to believe journalists just because they say so. There's been too many cases where the reality turned out different than the allegation initially led on. And these cases frankly had more evidence. Slasher is just not a good journalist. He would go on his sound stream to promote his article and he would say that Doc was arrested because of this story.
I did get a DM about an hour ago from someone who lives in Encientas, near Rancho Santa Fe. That is the area that Dr. Disrespect lives in. And he sent me a screenshot from his next door, which is in that area. And there is a comment. This was from 11 a.m. this morning, so this is before my article came out. There is a comment that says, "We just saw Dr. Disrespect in handcuffs. He lives right there. Assuming it has something to do with the accusations."
He's doing that thing where he's making it sound like he has some credible source. He doesn't. It's just a next door post. Even Hassan's like, dude, you're not helping out your credibility with this.
I cannot confirm or verify anything, but this is coming from someone who is in that next door, and this is from...
Bro, okay. You're... Listen, I didn't hear that. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like I don't know. I don't know how to respond to this. Okay. I can't believe you just dropped that in here, because like, if that is untrue, this is like you're squandering all of the cultural capital that you're winning back by being correct on this matter for the past 4 years.
Towards the end of the interview, a viewer would point out that this was fake, and Slasher would just ignore it, continuing to promote his article.
The next door screenshot about Doc being arrested is fake. It's a fake screenshot. I didn't even show the next door screenshot. But I don't, like I said, that is like unconfirmed anyway. I would not run with that. In other words,
thank you for reading, everyone. Please go click and give me traffic if you have not. While I'm here.
Of course.
The top comment of Slasher's interview says, "You could tell me that Slasher has never known anything about this entire situation, and I would 100% believe you. He's a terrible journalist, and if he never returned to cover this story, there would be less confusion. He keeps talking as if he knows things when he doesn't."
Who do you think is winning the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef? Says, "I'm just random. Drake's winning."
In conclusion, I place a lot of blame on Twitch, and I think
Bro.
there's two distinct possibilities.
Bro, what?
One is that Doc is 100% guilty.
drink.
The anonymous sources are dead on.
That
They
was
get the
fucking
report,
funny.
they want to cut ties with
Wait,
him,
do
but
it
they
again,
don't
do it
want
again,
the
do it
bad
again.
press of one of their
Do
biggest
what?
stars being a pedo. This
Do that part of the thing again.
is
That
a
was
dark
fucking
work they
epic.
want. In conclusion, he doesn't.
Who do you think is winning the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef? Says, "I'm just random. Drake's winning."
In conclusion, I place a lot of blame on
Crazy.
Twitch, and I think there's two distinct possibilities for what happened. One is that Doc is 100% guilty. The anonymous sources are dead on. They get the report, they want to cut ties with him, but they don't want the bad press of one of their biggest stars being a pedo. This is a dark reality, meaning that Twitch covered up this guy soliciting a minor for their brand. The second possibility is that Twitch staff saw inappropriate messages, they reported it leaked to authorities and they banned them. But maybe those messages weren't as explicit depending on your interpretation. And Twitch's lawyers realized this put them in a legally tricky situation, so they settled and paid out. In both scenarios, the Twitch employees are telling the truth, but in option 2, Doc is telling the truth as well. I personally think that he only came out with this statement vaguely admitting to stuff because he thought the messages were going to leak after Cody's post. I'm 75% leaning towards the first theory, but I guess we'll never know. Everyone agrees on one thing though, if the DMs don't leak, Doc is going to be able to set the narrative for his comeback.
Is there some bizarro world that he gets more popular?
I don't know.
When he returns to streaming?
If you were to ask me this question, you know, 5 days ago, I would have said no. But considering that I have seen so much defense of Dr. Disrespect's actions from people who understand the situation and yet still defend him, and people who, like, I guess are voluntarily misunderstanding the situation and defend him, I don't know. Maybe there is a market for this sort of thing.
By misunderstanding, he means people who want to see the evidence. It's hard to blame them because no public source has seen the messages. Evidence matters. Well, there you go, the full Doc story. Now you could drum up your own conclusions. Thank you for watching. Subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drain Kobex, Necro Valley, Stefan Bildman, Abby Blackbird, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tismic
Abby
Fitz,
Blackbird.
Christopher H, TV Anthology Reviews, Kenkel Morse, Sennial Music, Lucas If, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Amur MLB, Albert Kreslak, Deep Pocket Jew, Beth Anderson, Phoenix, Rooney Boo, and the Mega Homies, Reynold Hughes Hellison, IGP, Your Taxi, Latchkey Goth Boy, Cybercade.
You gotta shout out.
Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah. Let's see. Destiny. Oh yeah, I was watching that.
Do you know the age of the person? The only way that this argument makes sense is if the doc had a large number of victims. Hold on.
Legal definition.
Okay, let me know when you're done. Okay. There is no legal definition of on the. What do you mean legal? You think it's enshrined in law?
Many Twitch and ex-Twitch employees that are not happy with him right now. No, it does not seem like he is a very reliable person.
But hold up, did he work?
I've not spoken to him. I do not know anything. I don't know.
Okay, Destiny, did you see this guy's tweet?
Not listen to this guy.
Dropping here first. Trained people viewed Doc's conversation and determined that it contained either child sexual abuse material or graphic images directly.
The actions that Dr. Disrespect was
serious
involved in are considered child exploitation and abuse.
What do you want to tell us about this? Do I need to? Do you want me to read it on stream? Do you want to go over it right now? What do you want to?
No. You don't have to. I mean, the new piece of information which I have reported are that I have a direct source with knowledge of the Whispers themselves, who was instrumental into the very small circle with firsthand knowledge of the case and impactful within it. And that Twitch employee, ex-Twitch employee, has told me that Doc was aware that the minor was a minor, was made aware that he was a minor during the conversations. And the conversations continued to be and even got more explicit sexually after that was acknowledged.
Do you know the age of the person?
Was not used in the reporting.
Are they 17 or are they younger than 17?
I do not have comment.
They were 9 years old.
Do you now? Okay, no. Without hearing your conversation, do you think that obviously, if there was a huge discrepancy between, let's say, a minor that was 17 and a minor that was 11 or 12, or like 13 or something, that feels to me like something that is more significant to point out. And I guess it's not necessarily the exact ages, but I felt if the additional information wasn't entirely necessary other than it is explicitly underage.
Okay.
Do you feel differently?
I don't actually know what the fuck you just said. It sounds like you're saying that if they were 17, 16, that's a possibility, but if they were 9 or 10, that probably would have come out because it would be so much more significant?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
What was your take with XQC? You could just give me the short version.
It's such a. Do you really want to have this conversation?
Maybe not. Okay, a little bit. Yeah.
My take on all this fucking internet sexual bullshit or whatever is for me to care that much. When you're talking about like a 17-year-old or whatever, I need to see the logs. Otherwise, I just don't give a fuck that much. You shouldn't be doing it. The doc, if he's fucking sexing or trying to meet up with some chick, I think it's bad. You shouldn't be doing it. But if it's like if they're like the 17-year-old's driving on the interacts or trying to like fuck him, he's like, yeah, whatever, blah blah blah. We'll do it. I just don't care that much. You shouldn't be doing it, but I just can't be fucked.
Do you think that with the current knowledge and reporting that is out there, that the punishment was unwarranted?
It's without seeing the DMs. It's hard to say.
So if you are hypothetically at the age of 17 in this case.
Like I said, there are actions that the doc could have taken that I think would have warranted way more. So like, for instance, these are the examples I gave. So like, let's say in one world, let's say like 100 girls are messaging the doc and he's like trying to fuck all of them or whatever. And one of them is like 17 and she's like, oh, we should meet up. I'm saying, he's like, oh yeah, like let's do that. Then it's like, okay. Like cutting his contract, obviously, and probably banning him are probably things that, yeah, you think you should probably do this. But like, let's say the doc was like intentionally going around channels, like finding underage people and then DMing them. And it's like, oh, I noticed that you're like, like, oh, you're pretty young. Like, what do your parents think about this? And he's like hunting like young people, like trying to flip them into TwitchCon partners. That's something that I would expect the actions by Twitch I would expect to be way more severe than that. Like I would expect there to be some publicizing of what happened. Otherwise, he could just go to YouTube or another platform and actually like hunt people on those platforms. That would be like really bad, I think. Like imagine if he ends up like predatoring some girl on YouTube who's 15 and her, and then it leaks from Twitch that he was aggressively seeking minors on Twitch. Then I'd be like, oh, why didn't they say something? Now you basically just had some person getting raped. Like that's what I would say is.
Okay, yeah. Well, in my reporting, and maybe I will want you to read it. A big part there's one more big piece of reporting which addresses what you just said, and there's a lot of the pieces to contextualize why Twitch was unable to say anything and why they do not say anything, and why something like the logs are never going to come out, nor should you want to see them.
But is there an answer that's good, or is it just like to protect the victim thing?
Well, they're the two main answers, and all that it needs to be focused on is that, quote unquote, it not only endangers the victim, which needs to be the priority, Destiny. It's not for.
Wait, how does it endanger the victim?
Any potential for the victim to be identified.
How could it possibly lead to the victim being identified? Like, did they include their address in like every single message to the doc? They're like, hey, what's up, doc? It's me, Samantha from 4227 Ames Street in Des Moines. Like,
I understand, but there have been people scouring the internet for 4 years for every potential person, and like there have been many women that have been harassed in this entire situation by people on the internet who thought that they were involved in the situation. Many women have had their lives from not just the situation, but even other interactions unrelated to this specific case with Doc. And there is something I was going to show you, later.
Okay, but now there's only one circumstance where I could see this making sense. When you say, if you show the logs, it could potentially be bad because it might implicate somebody. The only way that this argument makes sense is if the doc had a large number of victims. Because in my mind, the first thing I think of is like, okay, well, if you show the logs, Dr. Disrespect, he knows who he was talking to. They said they were a minor. Like, he's going to know if he gets unpartnered no matter what, obviously. But if somebody's saying, well, we can't let him know who it was, oh, that means that he was like sexting with multiple minors and he doesn't know which one was the one that turned him into Twitch. That's the only way that statement can make sense to me. Is that the implication I'm supposed to take from this?
No, all I'm talking about is this specific case involving a singular minor. And then Doc has unrelated, I mean, as far as I am aware.
Well, but then I don't, because Doc knows who the person was, right?
Yes, but the public doesn't. Nobody else does.
Yeah, but how is the public seeing a personal DM going to like clue them in? Like, do we have?
It's not. It is illegal to publicly show underage minors and their conversations.
There's no shot that's illegal. How?
Yeah,
what?
That's so,
Companies cannot divulge private information.
like right off the bat, he says that shit. It's. I don't know. Like, how as a journalist you think that showing a minors, how that would be illegal? It's just such a dumb like stance to try and take, or it's such a dumb thing to try to claim that it's illegal. You there? Still there, Abby? Hello? There, Abby? I have overload charges? What's that?
Hello?
Hello. Welcome
Did the
back.
video end?
No. Well, the Willy one was over.
No, I'm listening to the Destiny one.
Okay. Well, I would no, because you weren't talking. I didn't know if you were still there or what happened.
I'm still here.
Okay. That's why I was saying. Like Abby, you there and.
Keemstar quit locale because he's a bitch. Keemstar's a bitch. Fuck you, Keemstar. You a bitch.
He quit. Isn't that his show?
That's the point.
Oh.
It wasn't supposed to be his show. He should have just fronted it and moved on. Fucking weirdo. Bro, so gay.
Information, especially in that case, to the public. They and not only that.
Slasher, I don't think what you're saying is true about not being able to divulge it. But also the thing that doesn't make the most sense here is you're saying that
it is, but it is true. So it doesn't really.
What are you saying is true?
Wait, hold on. If two people are having sex with each other, so like for instance, for that one girl that convinced that boy to kill himself, didn't we see all of their texts like published in the media? You're saying that was illegal, or?
I don't know what. I would have to look at how the text became
Has been published.
Was it through one of the two parties that made the text public, or was it were the text subpoenaed?
So Destiny's seen the text?
In the case, and that is why
he's asking
it
if
became
he had...
public. Those two things are very important.
Nobody has seen the text except for Slasher's apparent.
Nobody knows.
Except for Slasher's apparent primary source that he got his info from. So not even Slasher has seen them.
Gay.
Here, but this is also a company's
a
company overseeing two people.
Bother you?
What?
Could you remove the ultra rare thing? Your music bot? I can see the little words light up. Pretty please. Gracias.
People's private messaging
better
between each other.
So
not only
illegal. Do you mean civilly or criminally?
No, illegal always means criminally. What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean? This is a company overseeing? Or how does that matter?
Tech companies can't show personal interactions and information publicly to begin with.
Well, wait. If they can't show it, probably as like part of their TOS or something, right? Or part of like the agreement that they've made with you. But I mean, like the FBI and people can subpoena companies, and people have posted emails that have been leaked before. Like it happens.
Yes, but that's still not from the company. You've never seen a tech company publish correspondence between two different people.
Sure, but the tech company doesn't have to. It could be an outlet, right? The company wouldn't, because why the fuck would the company ever publish anything about it? But like a journalist could.
But how could a media company get? Media company cannot.
How does a media company get information from a source? You're the journalist. You tell me. What do you mean? Of course, it happens all the time.
Media, from as far as I know, I do not know any instances of media getting conversations between two people and printing a private conversation between any user, let alone conversation that involves a minor, which there is an extra layer of the legalness. Absolutely to that. But I don't think in general, in normal, that doesn't happen.
I mean, like, don't we literally have mainstream media people like publishing pics and personal information and private? Like, look at the whole New York Post story. Or sorry, go ahead.
Well, one person is publishing the information. Whoever either got the dick pic or sent it, or whoever is able to access the phone, or you have things like, hacking where people hack into other people's phones and then get,
Okay, so right now, so if I go and I screenshot my conversations with Nathan and I put that conversation on screen because my son is a minor, have I've just committed a crime?
No, because they're not sexually explicit in nature.
You don't know. I'm just kidding. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Jesus Christ.
You can, okay, so he.
Does that make it there? Okay, I'm gonna go look for laws. I'm searching this up. Okay, let me get the worst search history ever for the FBI to look at my.
As a report in the piece, when this happens, Doc was reported to NCMEC, which is NCMEC, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Anytime that a situation happens where there is a trust and safety report within a tech company that involves a minor and it is confirmed to involve a minor, that is sent to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and they work with law enforcement agencies all around the country to directly get themselves into
Are you
the
sure?
right.
Like, because like I know, for instance, there's differences when you talk about like pictures and explicit like messages. Like
Yeah,
I think that if the age of consent is like 16 in a state, like two 16-year-olds can like have sexually explicit messages with each other. But if they were to send pictures, that would become like a federal crime. But the messaging is okay in terms of the law there. So I don't know why publishing the messaging would be like illegal or against the rules. Also, it would depend on what also is meant by like sexually explicit material. Like for instance, let's say that there's a 17-year-old and she's got logs with the doctor and she's like, oh, we should meet at TwitchCon and go fuck. Does that count as like a sexually explicit message from the minor?
That is part, like the two differences are CSCA and CSAM. CSAM is the material. CSCA, which is this case, is still assault. But both are, whenever either happens, all of those cases are sent to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. CSAM, having the media, whether it's pictures or videos or whatever, that is more extreme. Those cases are taken even more seriously with larger potential for a criminal action. CSCA, which is this case, the criminality portion is ambiguous. That part is true. Like, there's been no evidence of something criminal being applied in this case. However, I, as I wrote in the piece, do not have even knowledge of what the agreement exactly was and who or what is involved inside of the agreement. So
What is CSEA?
Like,
Oh god, it's fucking hot.
I think it's like child safety.
A safety endangerment association or some shit. Let's do.
Well, if I look up just CSCA, CSCA comes up as Central States Communication Association.
Oh, CSCA.
Isn't that not what he said in what you just said?
if it goes to the naturally was,
I
who
was saying
or what is involved
CSAM.
inside of the
That makes
agreement.
sense.
So
What is
I am
CS?
unaware, like, if it goes to the National
Oh,
Center for Missing and Exploited
cybersecurity
Children,
and management. Wait, that's not. He's saying it was cybersecurity and management. So it was just cybersecurity assessment. It's not even like. What?
they are directly involved with law enforcement around the country
Wait,
to then
okay.
investigate.
What?
Cybersecurity and management. CSAM, but that's not CSCA. CSC. CSA. I know what CSAM stands for. It's CSCA.
That's what I just
Sorry,
said.
I'm just. It's strategic planning and competitive analysis. CSCA.
When I looked up CSCA, I got Central States Communication Association.
Central Communication Association. Unite and
Investigate. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But then afterwards of what has potentially happened, there is no information. I do not have information after that. However, any case, even with the CSCA, not just CSAM, has to be reported to NCMEC automatically. This goes for all tech companies.
Oh, I want to fight, but I don't have enough information to deny what you're saying. So maybe
And
it might
look,
be.
you wouldn't even in general. It should be that you don't want to see conversations for minors to try to like have to prove to you or anyone on the internet about how contextually this conversation is okay or not as bad or whatever. It shouldn't be completely necessary. I actually think from doing the report, like I put in the report too, for example, that they were getting, because everything was happening in early June in terms of the amount of sexual misconduct reports that were coming in. It was that Destiny 2 streamer, and then that snowballed into a ton of people. And then Twitch made a report, a tweet rather, asking for people to send in tips and that they would work with law enforcement. It shouldn't be a surprise that 4 days later, like no one was able to put this together, which was so frustrating, at least a lot of people, that Doc got banned 4 days after that tweet was made. In the middle of where over 70 people had sexual misconduct allegations put towards them, that those two things should be related. But I mean,
Sure, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that like if let's say that the DMs were like some hardcore predator shit. Like let's say that it comes out that he had like let's say for instance tomorrow's story comes out that the doc actually 6 different 15-year-olds at the last UCon or YouTube Con or Minecon or whatever I don't know, some convention for YouTubers, right? And then let's say that as a part of that court case, or let's say that as a part of somebody leaking to the media, you find out that the reason why the doc got departnered from Twitch was because he had messaged over 30 different minors on the platform, and that some of the logs being posted were things like the doc going like, hey, little girl, like, what do you guys do at recess? Why don't you take pictures of your whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, you're only 15. Like, if you would see shit like that, the first thing I would think is like, okay, well, damn, if Twitch would have been more honest about why they banned him, then the 5 or so girls that all got like statutorily raped probably would have been safer because nobody would have allowed Doc to have that platform. That's what I would think, right? But
yes, but from what I understand, this is just this individual case. Like this report about him getting banned was for this individual case. There may be more additional reports, but I am not aware of additional reports. Okay, just want to get that.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's one person, so that helps a little bit. But again, I think the aggressiveness of his messages, I think also a little bit, but
it's not that like Twitch, as I was explaining, they created an incident response team early on named Gold Sparrow internally. That was their code name to try to handle all the sexual misconduct allegations. They said that we want to provide a process mounting investigations quicker and with more resources while providing as much support for the victims as possible. And they also created an OSIT, which was to investigate team for reports offsite misconduct by creators. So they did create both of these things internally. The fact that we didn't get information and no one had known anything until Cody just said, fuck it, we'll do it live, and made a tweet, an ambiguous tweet last week. The fact that we didn't know anything means Twitch did a good job. You can criticize Twitch and say, well, if they told people, one, it would be an understanding of what was happening, and two, they could potentially save other potential victims from things happening. And I do understand that sentiment, but their obligation is to the specific alleged victim in this case. Like they can only handle what they have control of and what they are investigating and what they are working towards. So their responsibility is to protect the victims that were reported through Twitch and the victims that are involved in Twitch. Like, it's not just Doc. There have been, as we, all those other cases, there were many other people permanently banned. We have never heard from Twitch on any of those other situations. The only reason that we know from many of them, as you did like, a 2-week-long stream going over allegations, is that most of the time women were to write tweet longers and Twitter posts or talk to the media telling about like XYZ in different allegations. Those are the only reasons we know. But in all the other cases, and including those specifically, Twitch has never said anything. Twitch has never commented on Method Josh, ever. They've never spoken about Method Josh. That has never been a thing that you will ever hear about. But you know and understand what happened there because the victim in that case spoke out, and you have context to what is happening. But Twitch's responsibility ultimately will always be on the victim and to try to do what they can. And specifically in this case, because it involved a minor, having it always be as anonymous as possible and their safety was their primary importance.
Sure, you can say all of this, but like Twitch could have literally just said like, we've terminated the contract with Dr. Disrespect because we found out that he was engaged in like illicit sexual contact with underage people. Like I don't know how that statement endangers the victim. Like Doc already knows that personally. He knows 100% why his contract was terminated. So I don't know how that.
Like if they give the specifics here, then they're obligated to give specifics on many other very delicate, strong situations.
Wait, why? No, they're not.
I have opinions.
Is it completely necessary?
What you got?
I don't think that I think it would more so make them look bad than it would be an obligation.
What would make them look bad?
Make Twitch look bad if they say that one of their like top streamers was not one of their top streamers they were paying nonetheless had been talking to a minor.
Right. Yes. Well, if they had talked about it at the time, if they had like, then like whenever it happened or whenever they banned them and shit, I don't think it would have then. But if they do now, then yes, it does. Because then it's like, well, why did you guys keep this locked down for years, allowing him to potentially continue to do this behavior that you banned him for? But he's arguing, Slasher trying to say that like, if they released whatever docs or whatever the fuck, like logs of the chat or whatever, that somehow that would create an obligation for them to do the same thing for other situations as well, which doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, it's a stupid argument. I think my sensical of it doing a Me Too-esque response where it's just a wave of bullshit for fucking ever, could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
Sorry that Twitch or another tech company is responsible for giving specifics, especially in a case like this.
Is it completely necessary? I mean, like, probably not necessary. It's just like nice for like the public safety, I guess. But it just depends on, like I said, the moral culpability of a company for cutting somebody off, because it would be very easy and I think very quick to turn the lens around and say that Twitch isn't acting out of the best interest for the minor, and Twitch isn't acting out of the best interest for Dr. Disrespect. Twitch is actually just looking out for itself. The idea of national headlines going major partnered contract worker from Twitch, Dr. Disrespect, was DMing other minors on the platform through Twitch's Whispers product to elicit a sexual encounter with her at the next Twitch convention, right? It's pretty easy to look at that and go like, oh, no wonder Twitch doesn't want to talk about this publicly. It makes them look bad because it's literally a contracted streamer using their platform to a minor at their event. Yeah, obviously, right? So I don't know, this whole framing of like, oh no, Twitch is doing it just to protect the minor. I think that's bullshit.
Don't you think you're being a little bit too cynical here?
Wait, hold on, wait, hold on. Don't do the Hassan strategy of just like using an adjective. What part of that analysis do you think was unfair? When you ask me, am I being cynical by saying that a subsidiary of one of the largest companies in the world, Amazon, by market capitalization, is looking out for the valuation of that company? Am I being cynical? No, I think I'm being pretty pragmatic.
No, yes. That part I don't disagree with. It's the aspect of, I don't think it is Twitch's responsibility. I don't even think because it involves a minor in this case, they can legally even say what that hypothetical statement giving out.
You literally can't make a statement whatsoever. I'm thinking of all, if this is what you're saying, I'm thinking of like all the ways that I could like abuse this. Like I'm thinking of like, okay, I'm gonna go on Twitch and I want to fucking murder somebody. I'm always gonna bring a 17-year-old with me, and I'm always gonna be like trying to buy assassins. But like every time I do an assassination thing, I'm gonna tell this everyone, hey, just like say like a sexual message to this guy, so that if any of this like gets discovered by Twitch, they can't publish any of it because look, there was a minor involved. Yeah, I was trying to hire hitmen to murder people, but look, there's a minor. Now you can't say or publish anything about it. Like this sounds like the dumbest cheat code in the world. There's no way that this is how it works. It can't be that way.
It's not.
You don't see tech companies commenting on it.
Wait, that's right.
It's in their terms of service.
Yeah, and they don't
do it or not, and they can get sued.
They also don't comment on it because it doesn't serve their interest. Why the fuck would they say anything? It's not that they're not saying. It would just be bad for them. Like there was one company that spoke about a specific ban. I think it was Patreon when it came to Lauren Southern getting banned for that Mediterranean Sea shit. They decided to come out publicly and say something because a lot of people were getting randomly banned, and they got completely shit on for saying anything for it. And they tried to do the full transparency thing. I think that's why companies don't do transparency, because it literally doesn't do anything positive for them whatsoever. It's just a bunch of negative PR, negative press, like negative sentiment. Like it's just horrible for them. So they're just like, I won't say anything.
What positive things happen by Twitch going out and saying anything at all about this? It's literally all negative for them. It's much better for them to just like say nothing, ban the guy.
Has it not been even worse? Not only was Guy Beam able to rehabilitate his career after the initial ban, but he got bigger than ever, and his stream became bigger than ever.
Wait. You think that Doc got bigger after his Twitch ban?
I mean, he had a ton of limitations because he couldn't play with people. But I thought wasn't Dr. Disrespect on the, I'm sorry, not even on the verge of, wasn't he getting like A-list sponsors when he was on Twitch, like sponsored by Gillette, and like doing like major events? I think didn't PUBG or whatever, one of those major things, try to make him like the fucking face? He was getting invited to all these fucking tournaments. I'm pretty sure a lot of that died off after the Twitch contract termination. That was my recollection. He became the face of San Francisco 49ers. He was in the new 2K game. I mean, I felt like he did rather well. Maybe not bigger, but at least I would think on par. And through a lot of that time, the discussion absolutely turned against Twitch in terms of like public opinion, even more so that probably was just Twitch screwing him over. So I don't know if really staying quiet helped them. It felt like it hurt even more than what would ever have happened and people not believing them.
But you're saying that it's illegal, that even if they wanted to say something, that there's a law that prevents this from happening, some law.
I know that when it involves a minor, again, it is sent to National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They work with law enforcement agencies to investigate. No, it's both. Yes. It is both. It is
anything that CCM or anything that's
apparently the 49ers thing was after Twitch.
CSEA. No, it has to be CSEA, which is the non-media version of CSAM, and CSAM both get sent automatically.
Okay, so a reporting agency, which is the tech company in this case, when they send that type of stuff in, which they do, that basically goes to that clearinghouse as you're talking about there. But that does not mean that the tech company can't release redacted text logs of anything going in there. It's not the case. If the doc had like naked photos of a teenager, then definitely they can't release that. That's going to be against the law, because then they're publishing content that's actually illegal. But as far as just pushing out the logs or saying what happened, that would typically, the reason that they wouldn't do that would just because they'd be afraid of getting sued by DOC, because their terms of service probably says that any information that you gives us stays with us, things along those lines. But definitely not like if we publish your shit, we're going to jail, we're doing something criminal. Like right now, Gmail wanted to, they could go and they can publish your emails.
But they never
look horrendous for them, but they could do it.
You will never see a tech company publish private correspondence between two users. Forget being the extra stuffness of there being a minor involved.
Well, hold on. No, wait. To be clear, that's not true. There was a major tech company, one of the largest social media companies in the world, published emails between employees when Twitter did it with the Twitter files, no?
Did he... You can do things with subpoenas and FOIA requests.
That wasn't subpoenas. Those are just journalists covering their shit. They're just journalists like publishing
Elon Musk giving them access to the shit.
Or was it Elon just giving them everything?
Yep.
Yeah. Now you could argue that those were like on emails on business accounts. They might have been.
Why don't you ask Elon to buy Twitch? Obviously, he has the money, and then he could just send out everyone's information. That's pretty much how you're gonna.
I don't know.
Seems like an exception here.
What did you want to have happen in this situation? When we started there, what do you think should have happened?
I really think after seeing this back now for 4 years that Twitch never revealing anything and all of this only happening because of Cody's tweet, they did a good job. I really feel like the people that were working on this case, that were interacting with the victim, that handled the punishment and that in the aftermath, they never spoke to me on the record. These people I have been talking to or around, primary sources for years, never agreed to speak on the record. It has been consistent that the only thing that I have been told many dozens of times over and over, their priority is to protect the victim. I know it sounds probably cheesy or bullshit or whatever, but that is really what I was told so many times about why they would not talk to me.
No.
Wait. Why was Dr. Disrespect? Why was Dr. Disrespect paid out from his contract then?
That's a good question. It is. I'm not saying that that's not a bad question. I do not have details on the case specifically.
Do you think that they paid him out from his contract because it was part of an NDA that the doc would have agreed to? Like, well, fine, I won't say anything about this to anybody. I won't mention anything to anybody as long as you like settle with me like on this contract here, like pay me up through this, or at least like make me right on this.
I have been advised not to speculate.
Okay.
Like, actually, Rolling Stone had to hold like a whole meeting with me. I was like, all right, shit you should not say while you're on podcast.
Okay.
When people usually get sued, it's not because of the reporting, it's because of dumb shit you say on a stream. I've already done that now a few times. I'm trying.
That's another thing we should really talk about after before we finish this call, because that's an interesting part that we discussed 2 days ago. I wish you came on for that, but
actually, but I would just say I don't know. It is very possible that there is an NDA, and there is very possible there is some extra circumstances here. All I know is that there are other cases like Wes Moonves had allegations of sexual misconduct when he was running CBS, and he was ousted, but he still got his $30 million payout, even though it was ousted. I don't know if the circumstances are the same, but there could very well just be,
Do you know if anything relating to this doc stuff, did any of it actually go to court?
Unaware.
Okay. Wouldn't civil suits have to be filed publicly somewhere, or it could have been done in arbitration as well outside of the court?
I have filed requests in every single major San Diego, Los Angeles, Southern California courthouse. So have other reporters, like from Washington Post back then, Bloomberg, Cecilia, who did all her reporting.
Well, hold on. Well, what you should do is
nothing's ever been found.
Wait, hold on. Those requests. What you should do is grab somebody that has a Twitch partner contract. In that Twitch partner contract, I guarantee you there's an arbitration clause. That arbitration has probably been relegated to some third party that you could contact for them and see if they have a comment on it, right? Like if it's guaranteed to be arbitrated by XYZ company or XYZ whatever, then like you shoot an email to those people, see if they release any details about that.
They do not have no details. The only people who would have details are still declining to comment.
Oh, well.
I don't know why.
The only people who have specific details on what the legal agreement entails and why it was done that way are still not speaking. Everyone else is a secondhand source. Cody, for example, was never a primary source. Okay, Cody, as a person, was always a secondhand person to gain knowledge from somebody else.
Are you saying he didn't have firsthand of this? Wasn't he head of partnerships at Twitch?
It doesn't matter.
So he didn't know then, for sure. He had no idea. No first.
So trust and safety is going to be separate. Trust and safety is going to be separate.
But you're saying that he didn't talk to this guy or see this stuff for himself.
No. Cody's a second-hand source.
That's a big statement to make. I think he might say that I know for goddamn sure I bet my life that this happened.
Well, we have okay for structure of Twitch 1, trust and safety is completely separate. So it's possible they separate. And then number two,
it's separate if he saw it himself from someone in trust and safety. I'm not saying if his position does it. Did he know for sure this happened?
Dan, you can't see it unless you are working in trust and safety and or law enforcement and or investigations within Twitch.
Well, no, because what Dan is saying is that it's possible that if you have friends in trust and safety, depending on how many people in trust and safety saw it, it could have absolutely been like so many partnerships. I know for a fact that happens 100%. But if it's a special enough partner and the report comes through the correct channel, it might be just one guy. At least I used to know, it might have been just one dude that saw that report and he took it straight to legal or straight to the individual that was responsible for negotiating contracts with Dr. Disrespect, which is why it didn't get seen by a whole bunch of people. That's possible. I'm saying there are avenues where it could have been seen by a lot more people, and there's avenues where it could have been seen by literally like 5 people. It's possible.
Yes, I can say it was a very limited amount of people who had access to the internal documentation in this case, and they do also log internally who is viewing it. Not even just making any changes, but Amazon does and Twitch tracks who not only has access, but who is at what time, like it's time stamped and you can see what happens. So no, Cody specifically did not have access. And the amount of people who did is what made this thing drag on. It's what made it be private this entire time. Because the only limited amount of people who are primary sources through this entire time had declined to comment. It only changed when Cody made a tweet, and then I and a few other people were sent a document. The document being his internal report within Trust and Safety. Someone, I do not know who, I was not able to verify who sent me the document, but I did authenticate the document with several other ex-Trust and Safety Twitch employees that it was real. That is only, once those two things happened, that was the only reason why primary sources now spoke up. 3, for Cecilia's report in Bloomberg, to first confirm that things were correct and real, and that Cody, to corroborate Cody's tweet, and then my report to corroborate Cecilia's, and then give more information. Also, just want to say, Cody's tweet was just ambiguous. It didn't name anybody. It wasn't specific towards any person. My tweet also, to reply, wasn't specific towards any person.
Oh, I did. We did a show, and I said the reason that, well, what I heard in Rust was the reason that Doc got banned was he was texting with minors using the Twitch DM product. I said that 2 months before Cody. So it's weird. People in Rust had that information. Maybe I was playing with the Twitch Safety Council.
Well, I mean, like, Cody tweeting it is obviously a bigger deal because Cody's a fucking...
No, I'm just saying that, like, it was out there, People knew. Listen, Sasha, I want to switch topics a little quick.
Come on, bro. Come on. I mean, the whole reason this all happened is because I made a tweet 4 years ago saying I knew. Yeah, like I had known and be investigated. So all of the information that came out last week, things that I had known a day or two after when I made the impulsive, bad tweeting decision to begin with. I never lied in that tweet, as I mentioned.
This is going to be a good thing for you.
I was being honest. It was a bad decision to make. I should have never made that tweet. That tweet is incredibly...
No, you did the wrong direction. Not only did you make that tweet, you should have come out and you should have said what you knew. And that we were talking about this on our show 2 days ago. That was your make or break moment. Is how I feel about it, not knowing anything about journalism.
If I break the moment, then I get sued, one, by Amazon, the most threatening legal tech company in the world, and then sued again by CAA, who has represented Dr. Disrespect for the last 3.5 years, the most litigious talent agency in the world. So yes, wait, stop talking for a second. To also do it on Twitter without having the backing of a publication. There's a reason my report only now was going through Rolling Stone, because they have legal representation for me if anything were to happen to my reporting. There's lawyers over there. I have indemnity for the story. You don't get that when you just tweet and I have nobody to represent me in that way. That was a huge portion of not being able to publish anything then, is because like Cecilia getting her report through Bloomberg is 1,000 times more impactful. That's why when her report came out and people were saying, oh, this is just rehashing what we read on Twitter. Yeah, no shit, doesn't matter. Her reporting through Bloomberg had to go through a long list of lawyers and legal teams and fact checkers who had to look over and make sure everything is 100% on board. That is so much different than just making a tweet. And I need to get like media literacy. This part is very important. No, I could not just tweet. No, the mistake was even saying that I knew and I could not say. That was a dumb decision. That was a dumb tweet. That part is right. This extra layer you're saying is totally misguided and incorrect.
All right, so now I'm going to talk. So one, you could have done it, okay? First off, there's pretty good journalist protections in this country where you can't force journalists to go and reveal their sources. So it doesn't matter. You said you knew. You knew firsthand, hand to God, that this guy who told you works for Twitch Safety said, this is why it happened. He told it to you. That's a source. He's saying, I'm not going on record. He doesn't need to go on record. You've now heard this. You can now go, this is what I have heard. I'm not publishing my source. That's the end of the day. What do you think? They're going to sue a journalist and somehow magically get you to review your to reveal your sources? When's the last time that happened?
Unfortunately, a bunch. I'm
Well,
afraid
what
doing
cases
this. I'm afraid
journalists
doing.
revealing their sources? I want to know. And also, by the way, so they're going to go ahead and they're going to go through discovery, and that is the truth, by the way. So they're going to go out there and what? They're going to sue you for telling the truth?
Now, the discovery part would be a huge issue for him. He probably would not want to do that.
So
And
they
that
probably wouldn't have sued you then. And then you
That
could have
could be a
said
saving
something,
grace.
and then maybe he wouldn't have been out on YouTube for a few
Look,
years.
man,
You would be a famous journalist doing crazy shit.
I don't have money bags like Destiny here, okay? I
It's
could
not
not survive.
you wouldn't have done anything. That's
doing
that,
it. You are so naive. Okay?
I don't
I'm not
understand why I'm
trying
naive.
to-
What am I missing? What am I missing? What part am I missing?
Cannot make allegations like that. People doing that on YouTube and shit, like, and just random people on Twitter, it's so irresponsible. No, you cannot just be
If I'm
making
a
allegations
journalist
on the
and
record
I-
like that towards someone.
Okay. If I'm a journalist and I'm meeting with the COO of some major company and they're like, listen, the CEO does fucking drugs every day. Look at this shit. Yeah, this is fucking crazy. Watch this video. He does drugs every day. And he fucking beat this person and raped this person. Anyways, I can't give you a copy of this, but I just wanted to show it to you. You know what? I'm running the story. Absolutely. You know why? Because that's a make or break moment for you forever.
Video. And guess what? They're documented.
You didn't keep it. You didn't keep it. You saw it. You said you knew.
No documents have existed until.
So you didn't know then. You were just you had a hunch, and they told you, "Hey, this is why the doc was banned," but you didn't trust the guy. Or
No,
did you...
I had so many secondhand sources, and not enough, no primary source willing to go on the record. Okay.
But you had primary sources, but they wouldn't go on the record.
To go and speak and confirm something on the record is so hard. I can't.
and you don't need it.
You need it. You fucking need it.
Really? So there's never been any major stories where they don't list their source? That's weird.
Even making my source anonymous has rubbed people the wrong way because they feel like they should go on the record. And I am a pretty strong opinion that people should go on the record. But in this case, yeah, there is extreme fear for retribution against their careers or personal lives. That's why all of the sourcing in the Verge report, in Cecilia's Bloomberg report, and my report have all been anonymous. And
If only there was like some sort of like even people who had whistles and they wanted to blow them and have protection and not get f***ed over like that. That would have been like the sickest shit. You should have ran with it. You would have been okay.
No, it needs. What I should have done is never said anything to begin with. I should have never tweeted. That was my up. You should not be telling people that you know something that you can't say it. One, it just pisses everybody off. And two, journalistically, you shouldn't be doing that because if you actually have everything you need, then you should be working on printing the story and releasing the information, not just like fucking having a hard on.
Pros and cons here. Pros and cons, right? So if you did go out there and said that, here are the pros that have happened. Doc wouldn't have gone on to, for 5 more years, get more popular, maybe do more damage to other people. That's number one. Number two, that would have solidified your place as one of the most game-breaking, huge pieces of information broken directly by you, solidifying your spot as like a massive journalist at that point right there, instead of like disappearing for 3 months. Thirdly, no one would have sued you because guess what? It was the truth. And you knew it was the truth because you talked firsthand, apparently, to these people, but they just weren't going to go on the record. So you had people that you trusted saying, this is why I got banned, but you're not going to get me saying it, writing it down anywhere. Like, you knew, you could have done it. You could have gone out there and done it, but it was, I mean, you were scared, I guess, of getting sued, but I think that was not worth it to you. I think you should have gone harder. You should have tweeted it and said it.
I appreciate that. Would have been great. Okay, totally hear you. You can't just brush aside not getting sued for, especially considering the two representations of the two companies here. Two, with all due respect, Dan, I was doing fine pre-Dr. Disrespect. Top of conversation. And continued not as much, been on mainstream TV quite a bit to represent this entire industry, and you could criticize me and what I say on there and what I've done, but I'm the only person that has ever done that. When I disappeared, it's not like anyone took my spot to represent like the people. No, it's just me, okay? So I didn't need this entire situation to hang over my head. The reason I disappeared was because I made a stupid tweet. I lost my reputation. Everyone thought I lied. I pretty much lost my career. It was really depressing every single time I wanted to do a Valorant talk show and talk about Counter-Strike or fighting games or other esports. That is what I really actually care about. And the entire chat and every single reply and every DM is, you're a liar, Jew insult, you did this for clout, you only did this for clout, you're only big because of Doc, and what happened to Doc is like every single day. So yeah, that was really depressing, on top of some personal stuff, including me getting divorced after 10 years, which nobody really knows about. Those two things made me leave the internet. Yeah, fucking really goddamn annoying, all right? It was self-inflicted by my, again, stupid tweet of making it seem like I did not know what I was talking about. I mean, Destiny can probably, hopefully, vouch for my tweet being accurate. I wasn't just bullshitting people. It was a bad tweet, but I was truthful and I was honest, and it was just really hasty. But that thing ended up ruining my rep.
Yeah, it ruins your rep because you.
And I've been trying to fix it and address it while getting the truth out and navigating all the other stuff, the media portion, the legal portion, the people getting sourced on record. Like, it's all very important in terms of all of this coming together. Like, there's a lot of moving parts that all had to happen for it to really be accurately out there. But I mean, Steven, am I lying
About what in particular?
This entire thing and my initial tweet, and knowing but not being able to get it over the line.
I mean, what do you want me to say about that?
I mean, I spoke to you long.
I know, I remember very well, but I don't know what you want me to say about that. I would say you're probably not lying based on that. I don't know what you want me to say, but yeah.
I mean, part of your community still thinks I'm full of shit. Okay, they still think I lied.
No, to be clear, no one here thinks you lied. Everyone here thinks you knew.
Well,
fucking dead to rights. No.
It's already 10 o'clock, and we're only 45 minutes into this 2-hour video. I might end stream for tonight, and we can finish watching it another night. Or we'll keep going. Yeah.
No. You're wrong. You can just stop talking. Everyone here knows that you know, and that they know that you've known since day one, but that you wouldn't get someone on record so you didn't say anything. Like, no one's retarded. You went out and you said, hey, I know why, and he's done, not just on Twitch. You don't say that as a JK when you're a journalist as respected as you are.
I didn't say that, by the way. Your best example was something that
he's done, and not just on Twitch?
That's Shannon.
Okay, whatever.
That is Sacriel's life, okay? Big distinction. I'm just saying, the one example you want to use
my fault.
The thing that I did not say.
For one thing to try and fucking nail me on this one thing, you knew for sure. I think everyone in DGG knows that you knew for sure.
Even if the chat doesn't know, that was Shannon's tweet, okay? That was Shannon's tweet, all right? That he was done, and not just on Twitch. That was Shannon. That was not me.
Okay, again, everyone thinks that you knew for sure. They're upset because you wouldn't say why. You wouldn't go further after that. It's not because of that.
I mean, it's not like I didn't try to.
Okay, bro, I'm back.
And hints. Yeah. Even like a week after, I was the first person to report, even though everyone went over it, that Facebook and YouTube were not going to be giving them deals. And all the speculation about how it was like a contract issue, about platforms. I tried to provide reporting early on about how you could eliminate certain entire categories of incidents.
Wait, can I ask a question? How did other companies find out? Was it transmitted by? It must have been transmitted by Twitch, right?
As I reported in my story yesterday, Ryan Wyatt, otherwise known as Fliz, confirmed to me on the record that he was approached by a Twitch employee and several investigating journalists of the situation that they had heard, and told him. And his comment was that, I should probably read the full quote, but he understood it was still back then, it was rumors, so they weren't able to make. The unfortunate part of all of it was there were so many rumors circulating in the industry, one that a minor was involved, he says. But no one produced first-hand knowledge or evidence, and because of those rumors, there was no reason to entertain doing any deal with Dr. Disrespect. And no evidence produced means you can't act on terms of service violation. The whole situation got even more confusing when Twitch settled and effectively said, quote-unquote, no wrongdoing, which made everyone in the industry dismiss the rumors, but even still, there was never any reason to do a deal with him after the ban. So you can even see from the person that was running all of YouTube gaming how, yeah, again, Twitch's statement and Doc's statement, especially in 2022, made everything even more difficult to discern from a public standpoint of not having direct knowledge about what to do. But some people were tipped off, such as them, about the allegations, and they had made even internal decisions. So there was nothing ever officially said by YouTube that entire time. But that's why Dr. Disrespect was always like complaining about not getting support from YouTube. They did have information. When Valkyrie and Tina Tatman and Ludwig all got those big deals, Doc was never even offered an opportunity to negotiate one of those.
I mean, that just makes business sense if you can't go to another site either, right? Like you can't go to Twitch.
He was still in the middle of
okay.
like litigation
So
at the
you-
time. I'm almost positive. That wouldn't make any sense.
When
Ludwig and Valkyrie got their deals with Twitch or with YouTube.
I don't think so. Because Ludwig's only had his thing with YouTube for like, what, a year or two now?
3 years.
How many?
3 years.
You're cutting out.
Since at least 2020, 2021, 2022. Look it up.
When was Ludwig... Oh, wait. Whoops. When was Ludwig signed by YouTube? $2021, okay.
Owned.
Yeah.
Yep, owned.
You wouldn't change anything. You said the way you would change is you just wouldn't make a tweet. That's what you would.
But you knew. I would continue working behind the scenes and speaking to people and continuing to try to get someone to go on the record. Yes. If I didn't make that tweet initially and I just made the follow-up reporting about the YouTube and Facebook and I just continued to get small pieces of information out there, everything would have went a lot better.
Can I ask you what would have let you publish Dr. Disrespect got banned for texting with minors? What would you have needed that you didn't have?
Usually, you need at least 2 primary sources on the record and/or documentation that this was happening. Okay, 2 days after this happened, I had a message from a trust and safety person that was working at Twitch at the time that could say it was due to a situation involving a minor, but they wouldn't provide me a screenshot of the document. And because they could not provide me a screenshot or the file itself, I'm unable to use that. It didn't matter that I had a direct line. I needed absolute 100% concrete. It didn't matter that I had a million secondhand sources, like an unlimited amount of secondhand sources. It didn't matter that I had all this other kind of unrelated information of Doc with other women and text messages and DMs from other women for other things. Like all of that wasn't able to help me, but I had so much circumstantial things that I was always so close, but not over the line for me.
Okay.
By the way, it wasn't just me. Okay, do you know how many other journalists, such as Cecilia, were working on this thing? All of them were working on this one case for so long. Journalists at the Washington Post, journalists at Kotaku, journalists at Aftermath, Cecilia from Bloomberg, just other mainstream people from the Times had looked into it. At one
This person talks like Brianna Wu. It's fucking exhausting.
Of making this happen.
Yeah. These rules that you set for yourself, they were your own rules, though, right? Like, I need 2 sources on the record. Yes, there is no law saying you need to have sources.
I'm not trying to be a random fucking dipshit like every other asshole on Twitter or that streams or makes YouTube videos.
Those are your personal rules that you're doing. It's not like you're working for the
standard journalist rules are 2 primary sources on record. Me doing the Rolling Stone report with one source is actually abnormal. However, I can guarantee that my source's authenticity has, I'm not, again, the protection of them being anonymous is important.
Wait, who's your source on this?
It is important, but they have authority in there to be my only source.
So your source, who is it?
Dan, what is wrong with you?
Well, you just said on the record. That's what on the record is.
Did you read the thing? Are you like, what are you talking about?
Okay, you're saying that you have 2 sources. I'm trying to ask you a question. You're trying to say you have to have 2 sources on the record, but then you're saying now your source is anonymous. So what's the difference between that and what you had on day 1?
Being on the record means that they are willing to be, their statements are willing to be used within the story.
Owned.
And that they are willing to be quoted. That is on the record means.
Owned. This is a Jew on Jew battle.
On the record. That is when you are putting your name on it. Being anonymous is generally rare in cases and should only be given in certain situations.
To be clear, on the record literally means having your name attached to it. I mean, you can say all that, but that's just not true. Like, it's the actual definition.
Okay, sure.
And you can Google it.
Wait, what are you guys disagreeing for about on the record?
I was saying the difference is allowing yourself to be quoted and for your information to be used. Because when a conversation is off the record, then people are just talking, and none of the information that is being told to you can be used inside of a.
Yeah. Wait. What is Dan disagreeing on? Or what are you disagreeing on?
Let's say on the record means that it can be attributed to you, a person. I'm not on the record if I'm an anonymous source. That's not on the record. That's nothing. The definition.
Wait. I'm pretty sure. I think.
Once you Google it before you be pretty sure.
Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Wait. It's not Googling the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition. It's having read a large amount. Hold on.
Legal definition.
Okay, let me know when you're done. Okay. There's no legal definition of on the. What do you mean legal? You think it's enshrined in law?
Okay. Okay. Let's go with common parlance if you want to go that way. What do you think on the record means?
My guess is that when somebody says on the record, there's probably a distinction made between do you want to quote me and attribute this to me, or do you want me to tell you information you can publish it but don't name me? For instance, when you read and I've read a lot of news stories that are talking about things going on in the State Department or in the DOD or whatever else, right? You get a lot of things saying confirmed by 2 unnamed sources. Those aren't off the record comments where the journalists are just publishing like shit that people think off the record. Those are probably things where the guy said, hey, listen, I'll tell you this or that or that. Like, yeah, you can publish this. Don't say it came from me though. That's probably some combination of like, or it's on the record, but they're not attributing it to a particular person. That'd be my guess.
Okay, yeah, I completely disagree. On the record, as far as I can tell, is something that's attributed to a specific person that another person can go and corroborate.
Okay, so you think that, so just to be clear, so then to be clear, you think that in every single media publication where people are citing anonymous sources, you think when they're talking to those people are all like, this is off the record, but they publish that anyway?
I think that if someone says, this is off the record, that at that point it's like, hey, I don't even want you saying, forget you're even hearing and forget you're even saying this. So no, I don't think that.
So then, they're on the record, but they're not naming sources?
What's that?
So then that means these are people who are on the record, but they want to be kept anonymous.
No, those are people that are saying, I don't want you writing about what I'm about to tell you all.
Oh, okay, so you think that, so all those media stories that say unnamed officials from these departments, that's all off the record convos, but the journalists are publishing that anyway?
I think there are people that are giving the information and saying, don't use my name.
Yeah, but so what would you call that?
Well, that's not off the record, I guess.
Yes, correct, okay.
No, I'm saying it's not off the record.
Well, okay, look, I will just say that, like, within a media context, the use of anonymous sources have increased heavily over time, and you can debate if that has been good or not. There are certain industries, like sports, let's say, where anonymous sources are the standard in terms of, you know, when players joining a certain team or being traded, and I think people... I mean, you can argue that sports is not a, it's not like a highly sensitive situation. Why are anonymous sources being allowed for the new Woj tweet or Shams tweet or Adam Schefter? Why are they being allowed to use anonymous sources? And you could argue that that's not acceptable. But at the same time, you understand that like all the agents and all the team owners and certain players are never going to communicate that information to even get your trade rumors involved. And then when there are serious situations, whether it's national security, and I definitely say this specific case surely entices that it is a situation warranting being anonymous, especially considering where the sources are coming from, which are ex-trust and safety employees, which is a very secure part of any tech company. They deserve to be awarded anonymity in this case. I do feel so. But there is definitely something to argue about the increased uses of anonymous sources in general and how journalists should be wanting to attribute names for certain reporting. I think it's fine to be upset about that and to talk about that, but there is a distinction there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, this is called on background, and we just move on. It's on background. You don't name the source directly. You just say what their background was, and you quote their stuff for the story.
Yes, that's true. That's what on background means. But then if you want specific quotes to be used, then you need them on the record. They could still be anonymous. They could still be given anonymous. Great media literacy discussion, Stephen.
Thanks.
Hope this has helped. Not you, Dan. Come on.
I disagree with you completely.
I know you do. You're being an internet person right now.
I'm not being an internet person. On the record, definitively means attached to a person. Off the record means I've given you something and I don't want you writing about it. But on the record means
do you think he's lying? Dan, do you think he's lying about industry standards of what on the record means? Or do you think he just doesn't know?
I think he's he's said a lot of things that are not correct in this conversation.
If you don't know,
I don't think he knows.
Come on, if you disagreed with 2 primary sources being the standard journalistic practice, then
no, I said that's your personal guideline.
Yeah, I know. You saying that means the rest of this bullshit you're saying shouldn't even matter because that's almost one of the first basic things.
Under what? Under the I'm like a blogger journalist school.
No,
like this is what I need.
You can go check the Pointer is a good journalistic media outlet. You can go look at any major schooling. Education for journalism. And by the way, I don't have no journalism degree. I never went to college. I have just tried to abide by as much of what I know from my work, actually working for reporting sites and people that I like and their work that they do.
I want to ask a different question, just because I feel like you guys are getting in the weeds of what's a good journalism now. Are you aware of like TOS or contract clauses for partners and what they look like at Twitch on the time? And do you know if there are things like messaging minors or behavior of the ilk give Twitch a lot of leeway to terminate contracts without penalties? Because I imagine if the content of what was discussed in those DMs was really, really horrible, I am surprised that they would have had to pay so many penalties in terms of paying out the contract in full if the contracts they write give them leeway to terminate it. So were the contracts at the time not written in a way that would give Twitch the discretion to get rid of somebody for that kind of behavior?
Good question. Still unclear on the information of the legal agreement.
No, I'm not asking you the degree, the content. I'm asking you the contracts that people had at the time. If this was...
Well, from what I understand, like most of the people that signed like the exclusive contracts, like Doc, have their own unique agreements.
Hold on. Okay, wait. Okay. there's two factors that people have to balance out when they think about contracts, okay? One is what is written in the contract, but two is what is in the best interest of both parties. Contracts can be flexible, and the way that people approach them can be flexible if one side is like clearly going to be fucked. A real life example, this would have been in the gaming industry when FaZe signed, there was some guy, and the original contract is like pretty restrictive, and eventually he basically broke his contract and left because he was kind of getting fucked, but FaZe was aggressively trying to renegotiate that contract because they knew that like the guy wasn't, was it Tifu? Yeah, wasn't gonna have a good time with that contract, and they aggressively tried to renegotiate with him. He's like, yeah, we know that this doesn't work. Like a company, from everything that I've seen in common practice, a company is not going to have a contract that's starting to not serve both parties and follow through with that contract until both of them go over a cliff. They're going to like have a desire to renegotiate. Now, I think generally in contracts involving talent, especially that are representative of certain agencies or whose agencies are representing them, usually you have clauses in there. I think it's called a moral clause, but basically it says that if you engage in like some kind of behavior that like reflects really poorly on the company, they have the right to approach you, and if you can't remedy it in time or if you can't remedy it, they will terminate the contract. Now, it could be, I'm pretty sure, I have to go back and check my Twitch contract, but almost every contract I've signed with another company usually has some type of clause like this in here. However, the thing is, like I said before, it's probably in every party's involved interest to not make this a huge deal. So if there was a contract that Dr. Disrespect signed with Twitch and it has a morality clause, Twitch can probably say, listen, we're triggering this clause. There is no way you can remedy this situation. We got to terminate. And Dr. Disrespect might say, hold up, I don't think I actually did anything that bad. Bullshit, you're not. And Twitch comes back and says there's two options. They can either say, okay, well, we can go to arbitration and fight this, in which case all of this might be made public and it's going to look horrible for everybody. Or we can say, listen, fuck you, you know you fucked this. We owe you 50 million lump sum, whatever we're going to pay out. We'll give you 15 million and we'll call it even. And the doc says, 15, 20, okay, 15 million is fine. We'll go our separate ways. And they both sign NDAs, and that's why nobody released information. That's why docs go, I don't know why blah, blah, blah. And that's probably how, that'd be my guess.
That was pretty good.
It's a pretty good theory.
I mean, really, there are several potential reasons for many things based on what's happened in the contract, but I don't know. Could have been to protect Twitch. It could have been to protect both parties. The victim could be involved. Unclear. Really, I don't know. I don't have any information on what following surroundings of what happened there.
That's fair. But let's say, hypothetically, in a world where Destiny's theory is not correct, do you happen to know how much leeway Twitch allows itself in terms of the ability to get rid of streamers provided they violate? Like, are you familiar with the contracts that a lot of these big streamers get? Have you ever been able to see those? That's what I guess want to ask. Not naming anyone specifically. I'm just curious. If
not lately. No.
Okay.
Well then. Dan, you think I'm a liar?
I have a question for you. So this latest article.
Why so hostile?
I'm just asking a question.
What's with the hostility?
What's with not answering questions? So you have an on-the-record source for this Rolling Stone article that you did. So I'm reading through it. I don't see a name of anyone on here.
No, it's what I just explained to you.
Okay, so here's the. Do you like the Associated Press? Here's their definition.
Did you read Bloomberg's piece? Did you read
on the record? The information can be used with no caveats.
Did you see any named sources in Bloomberg's piece?
You are again interrupting me without answering me. I'm going by the Associated Press's standards here. There's three things. One that just Nicole brought up: on the record, off the record, and background. On the record, the source and everything they say can and will be named. Off the record, information can't be used, but maybe it can be helpful for you to do your background checks and find more information. And then background, which is they can use some of the information, but like they're an anonymous source or something like that. Those are the options that there are. But you're saying you have an on-the-record source here, but there's no source named. That's why I don't understand what's different now from back then.
There is a middle ground between. There's also getting quoted and being given.
Oh, let's be Associated Press
is being granted being anonymous.
Okay, I'm gonna write the
line. That line has certainly, as I just said this, that line of giving sources on the being anonymous and being able to given that anonymity while being quoted is a line that has been moved back and forth across several media organizations.
Well, you made it seem like it was pretty crystal clear, and I was a retard. But I'm reading to you now from the AP that says on the record means using your name and being quoted. And when it's not that, it's background. So am I retarded, or is this a little bit more nuanced?
Background is usually for just the background information not to be quoted. There is a middle ground, yes, between on the record and having your name there, and then being on the record and also being given anonymity. That usually is not granted. Okay, usually it needs to be in specific circumstances of why that can be granted. However, that has become more lenient over time, and you can argue whether that is good or bad. Okay, that's definitely a discussion to be had in the media world, is people being able to allow to be anonymous and good or bad. In this specific case, I believe it is warranted. That is also why in Bloomberg's article, all sources to Cecilia's reporting were anonymous. The Verge also reported the day before Bloomberg's article came out to confirm Cody's tweet. Those sources were also anonymous. In all three stories so far this week, from The Verge to Bloomberg to mine, anonymous sources were quoted. Okay,
I don't understand what's different now from years ago when you had a source.
Destiny just brought up to you how he reads stuff all. I'm telling you, if you pay attention to like just the general shit you're reading, you will see more anonymous sources than ever before. You can actually say that is kind of messed up in certain.
Well, no, wait. I think the specific question is who's been willing to, who moved that you're able to now have a source.
The primary source. The reason why all these publications are coming out now is because only the primary source.
And the primary source here is Ryan Wyatt, or
no. That was the YouTube thing.
Okay, so your primary source is the background person that has confirmed they're seeing certain like firsthand.
Well, they're the ones that gave quotes on this too, that they had direct knowledge of this case and that saw the whispers directly and that could authenticate the document.
And you're talking about, and that quoted person here is the ex-Twitch employee.
Yes, ex-Twitch Trust and Safety.
Okay.
Ex-Twitch Trust and Safety are also the sources for the Bloomberg
piece. And we don't know who this person is. It's not named publicly. I'm just confirming. So
what's wrong with?
I don't know. What's wrong with it?
Dan always like this. I can't tell if you're just trying to like.
I'm not trying to fuck you. I think
Yeah, trying to fuck with you. Wait, Slasher, can you answer yes or no to this? I'm just curious for this.
No, but why is Dan doing this?
Slasher, give me yes or no. Slasher, yes or no. Are you allowed to answer that or no?
Why are we doing this?
I hate you. Never mind, I deleted it. Don't worry about it.
Dan, come on.
Dan is a shit stirrer. Let him shit stir. That's what he does.
I'm not even shit stirring. You don't understand.
It's
Rod.
kind of frustrating though.
If you listen to the show that we had, it's because
I know, but all I want to do is have a. I mean, of course, I'm down with trolling all the time, but why are you trying to troll here now with this? What do you?
Let me show you how this conversation could have gone.
Why?
It's like it's not trolling you. I just genuinely wanted to be in your head of what changed, what's different, what you could have done
I
differently.
understand. I am fully aware and understanding of the whole thing. I feel like I've explained it pretty clearly to you. You're the one that keeps saying dumb shit, and then I get frustrated and annoyed, and now I'm thinking you're trying to f with me.
I'm not trying to.
You're not listening to me, or
I'm not trying to f with you. And when you say I'm saying dumb shit, I'm saying stuff from the AP, and you're being like, yeah, well, things are changed, and that's not really accurate anymore, and everything else. So
I feel like I have explained this certain situation clearly in terms of like the context and what happened, and like why certain sources were giving certain. You know, why has this happened? Why all 3 stories are anonymous? Why anonymous sources are used in certain situations?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think you should have done it years ago. I think it would have been better.
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
There's a way.
Brother, I explained in the very beginning that no primary sources are willing to go on the record.
But it doesn't sound like they are now either.
They didn't want.
I mean to be.
They didn't want their comments published. That's what he's saying. They didn't
Yes,
want
no one will have their comments published.
Well, wait, that's not what you're saying because you did publish their comments. They're published in this Rolling Stone.
I mean, at the beginning. At the beginning.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. No one has agreed saying yes, you can use this on background. Forget even being quoted. No background. Nothing.
Dan, do you think they could have used their comments without their consent?
Everything's off the record. The point is, everything was off the record, or secondhand sources that are on the record but can't be used anyway. Okay.
Okay.
But Dan's asking what changed from back then. So, like, do you think you should? Yeah,
Cody's tweet. Cody's ambiguous tweet, which we still have no idea what that was about. And then a document was sent to several people.
Yeah.
And then with those two things, that primary sources felt comfortable speaking after.
Did this document exist in 2020?
It's the internal report. So it was.
So did you see this in 2020?
No, no one saw this. I've never seen an internal trust and safety report for any user in my life.
Can you find mine?
You're not.
Why?
It's probably like 13 pages long, bro.
Why not make the tweet Cody did yourself, like years ago, I guess, or more recently?
Because I didn't feel like it was my right to do that.
But you kind of like. Okay, here's the thing.
I already made one mistake. Why am I going to do 2?
Well, I mean, you could have. I mean, I don't want. This is like pushing it. I'm not going to say anything happened along those lines. But like, you could have argued that you're like protecting kids because you had people come to you who work for Twitch and safety or whatever, and they're like, listen, here's the deal, bro. You can't use any of this in any story, but doxing kids or whatever it is. And now you're like, holy shit, are you fucking serious? Well, how am I gonna find proof? Sorry, man. Good luck. You can't use any of this. And you're like, okay, like, I don't know. You could have put that out there.
I feel like you think it's just like some big fucking cover up, or there's
some,
I think it's more than Dan's concerned that like the morality going in here is resulting in children not being protected. Like in the picture, so you're trying to protect the original victim, right? But what if 10 kids had gotten raped as a consequence of disrespect a huge name?
Can we just pull it back a little bit? All right, I understand where you're going there, but it's their primary responsibility is to protect the individual case that they are involved in. I know the thinking that people were protecting like Doc in the situation. I just don't see it. It was not that way. I do not see it that way.
I'm unaware, but like Destin, you follow a lot of like journalists on Twitter. Is it normal for them to fly off the handle and just make claims with 0 sources and like be well seen for it? I feel like if Slasher was to make these comments about anybody on the record like that and saying he's like, oh, I'm trying to protect kids, wouldn't he be seen as less credible?
You can't do that.
Yeah, I feel like as a journalist, like they're one of the few people who shouldn't be doing that. So I don't know why you.
Again, I should have never made the first tweet. The first tweet was stupid. None of the suggested tweets are good. The initial one that I made should never have been made. That was my fuck up, which I totally admit. I have no problem people making fun of me for that shit. My fucking pasta time and time again. I was truthful and I was earnest and hasty in there, but it was wrong to do.
Yeah, I think it's fine for an ex-employee to do it because I don't think they're held to that standard of sourcing things and things like that. But I think if a journalist is doing it, I think they would be not well seen.
I just want to put some full disclosure out there. One, I have known Cody for 15 years. We worked together at GameSpot and CBS Interactive as esports journalists way before he ever joined Twitch. However, I had no knowledge or any idea this was happening. He never spoke to me when he was working for Twitch. That his entire time there is as like a source in a journalistic matter. He was so good because he knew. Never talked to me. Never talked to Rod. And I had no idea this was happening. No one had any idea this was happening. I still don't know why Cody did this in this way, but he just fuck it, we'll do it live. And it was an ambiguous tweet. Nobody was named. I didn't say anything either. Dr. Disrespect just decided to reply to.
One thing we can all agree on. Let's become friends. Why don't we talk about how this is the worst response possible for the doc to ever do? Like it's like, hey, How about just shutting the fuck up and maybe you can keep your career, Doc? What a moron.
I want to ask a question about that. What do you think was omitted from his responses that was the most telling? Not what was in it, but what was omitted.
Oh my God, the responses were so f***ing bad, just so colossally bad. So okay, let me narrow in on your question. So you're asking me what did he not say?
What did he not say that you thought was really pertinent? I think that's more important than what he actually said.
Okay, that's perfect. So in this type of shit, he was like so, it came off so lawyer speak. Like remember the first thing he said? It was like Twitch and I have come to an agreement, and there was no civil or criminal liabilities or anything else along those lines. Yeah.
Wait, do you think his Twitter replies were actually passed through a PR firm and like lawyers? Do you guys really think?
No.
There's
Not
no
the latest one.
Not the last one.
Not any of them.
Well, here's the question: is does he have representation right now? Because if the answer is yes, then almost certainly they were.
You don't think Doc can just tweet by himself without?
When this level, when this amount of money is involved, and when his deals are going to be contingent upon, or the money that his agency makes. Because keep in mind, if you have an agency, they're taking a cut from deals that you sign, and he's potentially nuking his career, and they've got a financial interest investment. I'm sure that they like are back and forth and chatting with each other about how things should be handled and what should be said. That'd be my guess.
I mean, I think Doc was probably freaking the fuck out because this is like such an obvious call out to him, and then he just, man, the way he answered this was like the worst. I don't know if there was a more bad way to answer this than what he did. Can you think of something, Abba?
I can't. That's why I honestly didn't believe that there was representation looking at that, because it just felt like no lawyer in his right mind would look at that statement and say, yeah, release that. That's going to be good for your brand. Irrespective of whatever information came after the fact. It looked horrible. That's why when I was talking to people, I couldn't believe that a PR firm or a lawyer would look at that and be like, hey, okay, that. Just in my head, it just looked crazy.
I just want to clear something up. There was no NDA that cleared for Cody's tweet or anything like that. If there is an NDA involved, it would be Twitch and Dr. Respect, and I am unclear again if that is the case. But for everybody else,
employees of Twitch don't have NDAs.
Yeah,
they're not like not for like against Cody was secondhand. It's not like he had an NDA that was a primary thing and then it expired or something.
I mean, I would assume he had something saying, hey, listen, you're here, you have access to individual creator accounts, you have access to a lot of proprietary information. You're not allowed to disclose anything you learn here, especially about individual customers or users, for 4 years.
Yes, but it's not like something expired. It's not why. I don't really think there was a reason. I'm going to be honest, I don't know. I know that there was no NDA.
So then I have to ask you, there's plenty of people who've been fired between now and then. Why has nobody ever said anything? There's like no NDA involved.
They all hate kids.
No, because again, it's only a very, very small circle of people that is primary.
But he wasn't primary, he was secondary. That's what you said.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a lot more secondary people.
Well, maybe Cody has no fear. I'm going to be honest with you. Cody is he's the man. I love Cody. Cody is one of the most honorable, respectable people.
Hold on, stop. Wait, stop glazing. Stop glazing. Hold on. If he's only leaking this after he's totally and completely out of the industry, he's got literally nothing to lose, but he can gain a ton of publicity and whatever by leaking this particular thing, then no, there's something noble about that. He's literally fucking, riding on the top of the 17-year-old's fucking sexting, right, to boost his own popularity.
I really cannot speak for him. I don't know.
Still don't know that they were 17, by the way. Bob, did you get contacted by CAA? Did they contact you after the tweet?
No. I spoke to CAA to confirm that he was no longer a client, but he was no longer a client before this happened. Like this, and I learned that this was several months ago.
So you weren't contacted after your initial tweet, like to back off?
You mean 4 years ago?
Yeah, 2020.
No, I contacted DOS for representation of CAA to confirm if this was true, and they never answered me. That's the only correspondence I had.
That's what they should have done this time. Just not said anything. Oh man. I want to read the Doc's tweets again. They're just so bad.
Okay, my last question before I leave.
Yeah.
I just want to ask the last thing. If I'm operating on the perception that like these logs are as bad as they can be, but if they were like very sexually explicit and there were plans to meet up, I feel like that's a very solid case for a criminal complaint. So is the fact that there was no criminal complaint meaning that there probably wasn't that overt of a sexual suggestion or case made?
I think there's several possibilities, but I do not want to speculate.
Well, I will speculate. If the age of consent in the place where Doc was located was 16 or 17, I don't know if you get hit with like the corruption of a minor as long as they're not like sending you like federally illegal like child porn or something. You might still be able to like make all those arrangements to go be that person. I don't know what the law is for that.
Oh, so wait, if you're talking to a minor in Florida where the age of consent's 18, but you're in like Utah where it's like 14, I don't know. If that's
well, you'd have to, if you were going to go legal, you'd have to like fight
what if TwitchCon is in a place where they wouldn't be legal? Like the place you guys were going to meet and fuck isn't legal.
There's like a whole area of law where like people fight over like where's the nexus of interest or like what is the appropriate venue to sue somebody. That's not like a settle. I'm not trying to don't mistake me as like oh no it definitely would be here, but that's the thing that you probably have to fight over. And it might be that in a certain case you're like well it's fighting for the venue here wouldn't make any sense. So that's a possibility maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. More speculation.
People are saying over state lines is federal. That is absolutely not true. Nothing is true about that statement.
I believe it's based on the state.
Nope, it's not. It's always going to. There's always fights over venue. Like for instance, like one party and two party consent. If you live in a two party consent state, that means both people have to consent to recording. If I live in a one party consent state, only one party. But if I record, like, am I violating the law? Well, I might be violating the other state's law, but not my state law. You might want to sue me over it. But like now you have to like fight for venue, like which law should apply. My understanding, obviously I'm not a litigator. My understanding is that like people will fight a lot over like what is the appropriate venue to pursue something. Some people might think that a certain state is more favorable for them. Other people might argue for another venue. Like that's a thing that people fight over a lot. I don't think it's ever like a clear cut answer.
Slasher, was it your favorite part of his tweets where he went in there back and forth and edited it in and out minor? That was my favorite part, I think.
Was pretty good.
He is.
I'm sure he aware that once you edit something on Twitter, you get a giant notification.
That's why I think he's a moron, and he like wasn't using a PR firm to do this. Like, there's so many things he could have done differently. Like, okay, try to make it sound a little bit better. Be like, listen, guys, this person, well, I thought they were 18. You know, like, you know what it must be? If I had to guess, I think the doc probably assumes that the logs are about to leak, and he's trying to get out in front of it. So the logs must be
100%.
super fucking bad for this to all happen. Because otherwise, if the logs don't leak, you can just say whatever the fuck you want. Be like, listen, I did some sexting, but I don't know what all this shit's about. You guys are on some shit. Or just say nothing. You can give a shit. That's what I would do.
I thought that was the one thing you omitted that I thought was super key. A lot of people were saying like, oh, maybe he didn't know. And I'm like, if that was the case, I feel like that has to be in there. You lead with that. There's no way you don't put
That's
that.
the biggest
in that
omission.
So when he omitted that, that was very telling to me that obviously in the logs he knew the person's age.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, before I assume that, can you guys think of a theory why he wouldn't mention that in that long ass tweet that he didn't know her age if he didn't know?
Well, he did know. That's actually in the reporting from the Rolling Stone article.
That's the reporting, but I'm saying the statement. Like, why wouldn't he include it? That's what I'm asking.
I just want to say,
Wait, why wouldn't he include what?
Why wouldn't he include the fact that he didn't know that she was underage if he didn't know?
Because he did know, right?
No, that's what. But if you were to assume that he didn't know, let's say there was a reason why. I'm just asking if anyone can give one. That's what I'm asking.
There's no reason.
Well, I just want to say real quick that for him or you, Dan, to expect, or anyone online, truly, because I see people in the chat asking, to expect to see the logs here or literally any other case or situation that would ever to involve like a Twitch whisper or a Twitter DM or a Facebook message or any type of like sexually explicit content with a minor, you will never see them. And for
You could. Some active
no, that would be insane.
Why would that be insane? I feel like that shit happens like, dude,
not only for, but those weren't like an employee releasing private messages between two users is insane and just to begin with. But for the extra layer of there being sexually explicit messages or media sent to a minor, and to have to want for you to want to have to see it is not a realistic thing that you or anyone else on the internet should ever expect. I feel like
that's literally the Chris Hansen to Catch a Predator. Like, believe me, this shit happens. That's all the show did. It's like they are people. You know, they say it.
No, because they at that time when they were doing the show or whatever, they were like hiring or they were using a police department to make a fake identity online and then to gather communication based off the police doing an undercover investigation. Those are two completely different things. Whenever you see whenever you see assholes doing like pedo hunters or some shit on YouTube, that is the absolute. I mean, a lot of people think it's justice and they love it as content, but you have to be able to understand the difference between doing it as content and whatever you see as justice, and then doing it what would be the legal way of approaching the situation. And those are two completely different things.
We're on a different boat. I'm not talking about Twitch being like, hey guys, here are the logs. I'm talking about some anonymous source that used to work at Twitch that was there when the Doc Disrespect shit happened and had a copy of these fucking shits because they were crazy. And
Releasing private communication between two users is insane. Releasing two private communication between two users where one is underage and is sexually explicit is fucking crazy, Dan. What the do you not understand about this shit? I actually don't get it. What are you talking about?
I feel like you're trying to get like obsessively upset right now to try and make your bad point seem better. This is very common. People
no one on the internet should be demanding private messages.
No, demanding. I'm just saying it's possible they could leak. I'm saying it's possible it could leak. I don't know.
It's from one end of the communication or the other. Either one person or the other person in the private communication is
I understand, and it's possible it can leak. Yes, and Doc feels like maybe this Cody guy, maybe he has a copy of it. He's freaking the fuck out because that's the only thing that can possibly explain his absolutely omega retarded response.
Okay, hold on. Let me just real quick. Okay, for some reason Slasher's really bad at communicating, but I understand what Slasher's saying. Okay, and I maybe might agree. Okay, what Slasher is saying is, let's assume, okay, let's hyperbolize a bit. Let's say there's a 12-year-old sexting with a 45-year-old. What Slasher is saying is that there's no sane world where somebody is posting like explicit sex logs from a 12-year-old to a journalistic outlet because now you've just provided like child sexual fucking jerk off material to the entire fucking internet. That I can go and read the fucking sex logs like a fucking 12. And he's saying there's a hyperbolic comparison, but it's like the same thing. Like, oh, you really think that person like made child porn on that person? I don't believe you. Like, post the picture, show us, prove it. That's what Slasher's saying. You would never expect that type of material to ever be posted on the internet involving sexual communication with a minor.
Also, I could be wrong, but in all my time seeing things being leaked, it's very rarely coming leaks from the platform, and it's generally from one of the two parties. So the idea that I don't think that's another person.
I'm going to read the legal description to you, okay, Dan, everyone here.
What is that?
It's on the Law Cornell website about the permitted disclosure from a provider being the platform on certain messages. A provider that submits a report under subsection A1 may only disclose information only to a law enforcement agency described in subparagraph A, B, or C, or NCMEC, which is the National Children for Missing and Exploited Children, which I explained before is where it was reported to, or as necessary to respond to a legal process, such as a subpoena. Those are the only certain times where information can be exposed, and to who? To law enforcement agency and to NCMEC. That is the standard of where these reports go to.
So that's what you're saying, okay? I understand what you're saying is that when you do a report, it goes to NCMEC, okay? Because that content is illegal, okay? And you as a service provider have to send it to them. If you do not send it to them, you literally have liability because now you have CSAM or other abuse material on your servers. So that's how you remove your liability by sending it to them. But nothing that you're saying right now has anything to do with the fact we're talking about the person themselves that was in this conversation or a rogue employee could go and leak these messages. All of these things are absolutely possible. And all I'm saying is it feels like that's the most likely explanation for why the doc was so retarded with his responses, is that he thinks that that's coming.
Question for you, Slasher. Do you think like the people who have access to these logs, it's a very insular team? Like,
yes, extremely tiny.
Okay.
Extremely tiny for all the logs. You can't like Twitch can't just read logs.
Yeah,
but they can, right?
Well, hold on. They probably they could, but I'm sure there should be very strict within company policies that make it very able to. Now, I don't think it'd be illegal.
Amazon has company-wide policies for this that are very strict and very.
Facebook can't read your DMs, okay?
Hold on, wait, stop. When you use the word can't, okay, they can, but policy probably makes it so they aren't allowed to, okay? And it's probably restrictive in terms of who has access to them, but they absolutely can, okay? They just have policies against it. And if they subpoena you, they absolutely will turn that over to the FBI or whatever. Like if somebody comes with a subpoena, they'll turn it over. Okay? So they're accessible. They just probably don't.
That's a very big distinction, the subpoena aspect in this, okay? You need to really meet a high bar to be able to get a subpoena to get information.
I think that you listen. First off, Twitch isn't like I understand that's owned by Amazon, okay? But Twitch, this is 2020 when this happened. Is that right? Doc's initial shit. You know, that's like what, like 5 years into the integration of Twitch for Amazon. I'm not sure that they have the full audit trail of everything going on there. I think that if you're like a fucking pretty decent systems administrator, or you're like just a guy that's working on the trust and safety team, I'm pretty sure that you could exfil that data and no one could know that you could do it.
Hold on, wait. If you're talking about, first of all, this was 2004, you'd be right for probably every single company. But today, if you're working for a major company, I would be shocked unless there's a huge error or a huge fuck up or some zero day on something, you know, router or box or some server somewhere. Generally, I would be very surprised if like anybody in a major tech company could just access whatever they wanted, just like dump a database somewhere. Like, oh, should I just do this?
I'm not saying dump a database anywhere. I'm saying someone on the safety team that had access to this data, and as they're looking at it on their computer, could literally take a fucking photo with their phone.
Okay, sure, but I'm sure who even has access to that particular data is probably very heavily restricted.
Yes, not only is it very heavily restricted, but there is like people can see who accesses it and when. You know what I mean?
Which is why I said the Twitch safety team would be a former employee that had access to it.
I know, but what I'm saying is, it can by the security team, everyone can see who was logging in and what they're doing, and there's very likely it could be told if there was a screenshot that was taken.
From your phone?
I am saying.
Which would have a list of like 10 people who could possibly access that information. It's very different. Run down those 10 people super easily.
Not only is there a very strong chance that person is definitely going to get sued and have their life turned over. What do you think would happen if such a source were to leak this information? It would hurt the potential investigation by law enforcement.
Wait, why?
Because whatever potential investigation that law enforcement would be doing on a case, there's definitely a possibility.
You know what, Slasher? Let's put my retard against your fucking journalism degree. I'll bet you $500 that the logs leak before the end of the year.
Okay, look, I will take that bet.
All right, we're on.
How much are we betting?
$500. And that considers a portion of the logs leaking. Okay, I'm not saying the whole thing has
more. No, more.
For what?
For the bet. I want more money. Raise it.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's do $1,000 and I'll hold it.
Not enough.
You're just trying to raise it.
You're trying to make it.
No, I'm so confident. You deserve like 2 or 3 to 1 odds, or even like 10 to 1 odds. But no, if you just want to go straight up, let's go like 10K or something.
Bro, Slasher went from like a humble journalist just trying to make it to now like big in the bet.
I feel like he's trying to
10 to 1 odds on 10K.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wait. So who gets the odds in this case? Is that
no? You're good, but you're too stupid to understand what is happening. So no, it's just straight up.
Okay. Listen, I don't think you have $10,000, but if you do, I'll happy to escrow that with him. I'll do $1,000 also.
Okay.
But this is an escrowed.
Also, you install my personal. You don't know anything about me, Dan.
What? I'm not saying anything about it. I'm betting that the logs will leak, and you're calling me retarded, saying that it's not possible.
It's so absurd. I actually can't even believe it.
We'll say it's 10K, and I'll DM you both privately to set up the escrow. Okay?
You want to do it, Slasher?
All right. Did you guys see the tweet from a guy named Relum who said he worked there and he had access to most of the data information?
All I've been told about that guy from multiple trusted sources that are within and ex-Twitch is that he should not really be trusted.
Okay, he's just yapping. Gotcha.
There are many Twitch and ex-Twitch employees that are not happy with him right now. No, it does not seem like he is a very reliable person.
But hold up, did he work in
I've not spoken to him. I do not know anything. I don't know.
Okay, Jesse, do you see this guy's tweet?
Show me which tweet?
I'm gonna give it to you so you can read it.
Okay.
Just real quick, Slasher, I don't know if you heard out his question. He said, did this guy work in trust and safety? Can you confirm that for us? That he worked in trust and safety?
Look, just go read the piece.
Okay, so you can't confirm or deny that Relum worked in trust and safety?
Oh, I don't know anything about Relum.
Okay, all right.
I honestly, I don't know his don't know his Twitch background. Honestly, I've just been told multiple times, do not listen to this guy.
Okay, but I think Ab has a point that if he's from trust and safety, if he worked there, then I would probably want to read through stuff with, taking it with a grain of salt. But
yeah, no, I cannot personally say anything about him, though I did just get a funny text about him. I can't say one way or the other than I've just been warned multiple times without me even having to prompt anything. I've just been messaged.
Oh, this is the guy that I retweeted and I says he's going to say something but doesn't say anything at all. This guy.
Multiple ex and current employees reach out and be like, specifically, this guy, do not listen to. But I don't have any personal reason not to. I can't say anything myself about why you shouldn't or should.
Yeah.
But I trust the people reaching out. I trust them more than I trust this guy. So I'm leaning that way.
Wow.
Did we put to bed that fake email that came out? The one to
it's not
commentary
real.
guy?
It is not real.
Yeah.
What about the trans sex worker thing with Doc? Is that real?
I cannot confirm. I don't see any reason to think that she made all that up, but I haven't spoken to her. I don't know.
I mean, it looked real. There was a recording. By the way, Slasher, I realize now, as someone tells me that I autistically speak autistically sometimes, this is not me trying to fight you. I was just trying to come up with any way possible to understand why Doc would do what he's doing. And the only thing that clicks in my mind is he thinks that the release of the logs is imminent and he's trying to get in front of it. That's where that's coming from.
Well, no, the Bloomberg report came out. And as much as you want to say that like it didn't have additional information and that journalists don't matter and that who fucking cares, that is like a real publication with real lawyers who means they really vetted it, and that requires a response. There was no, and not only was it that, but everybody, Nick and Tim did the video before he made his tweet. There are a lot of people that had already responded to the reporting. That I think at that point it was inevitable he had to already say something. He probably was in panic mode. I don't think it was because I honestly, I think there was 0% of him that thought that quote unquote the logs would come out. I think it was just because of what was actually unfolding.
Well, I'm trying to think about like what data has actually been released here. All that's been released is basically people saying,
God damn it, Dan. The main
I can't even speculate without you going nuts. I just said all that's been released is that Doc was banned for sexting with a minor.
Because you sound like, I feel like every person on the internet, and it is very frustrating. It's basically, if you don't trust journalists and you don't give a shit about the reporting, then obviously you're going to have all these questions and they're always going to remain unanswered, and you're always going to be annoyed that you don't have this piece of info, and you think this is kind of weird and odd. And I agree, there are certain contexts to this case that can be questioned. But if you trust journalists and their reporting and their sourcing, then at this point, the whole thing is relatively clear. It's not that you have most of the facts from it, and it's relatively easy, I think, to put together, in my opinion. If it's only based on if you trust certain reporting.
I have no idea. Did you not hear what I'm saying? I said, well, I'm like, so I do trust journalists. Okay, first of all, I'm just trying to understand why the doc went full retard. Okay, because the journalists that I do trust, okay, like yourself, that wrote this story, but all they've said is that he was banned for texting with a minor. That's it. That's like, so I feel like the doc could have said 1,000 things that would have been better to say than what he said. He said the worst thing ever. There has to be a reason that he's like, of all the things I could say.
I think he just went to panic mode. I mean, I don't have any insight. I don't think it was because he was created more. The Bloomberg, I think what I'm trying to tell you is you're undervaluing how much the impact the Bloomberg article report had. I'm telling you that
he just knows the documents out there. He's worried about the trust and safety report coming out. That's what he's worried about. That will characterize the messages.
I think the Bloomberg report from a 1 to 10 has got to be like a 9.5 on the I am fucked, and that is what made him panic. Again, no, but I really don't think it is a looking forward more. I mean, look, I cannot say that there's not more. I cannot say that there's not more about maybe other cases or other potential situations, and that there might be even more to this specific case. So that is possible. But I really think it was an instinctive reaction to the Bloomberg report, and then people reacting to the Bloomberg report. Personally,
when was the Bloomberg report compared to Doc's tweets?
The Bloomberg report is what started everything.
It was that morning that kicked off. So it was the morning, and then around noon, Doc tweeted his like final big write-up tweet.
Full retardation one, right? Okay.
Yeah. The Bloomberg report preceded the eventual.
I could imagine being the doc, and you're getting a call from Bloomberg, being like, "Hi, I'm a journalist at Bloomberg, and I'm writing a story about how you were texting minors, and we have sources on record now, and I just wanted to get your comment." I could imagine him being like, "Fuck, they have a paper trail, they have actual evidence, they're going to release a lot of shit. I have to get ahead of this." That's what I would be thinking. That's why I went back to the thing. I think the doc was fearful that something was going to get leaked, the logs or an internal report or something saying like, "Yeah, so Doc was here talking with a 13-year-old, said multiple times, I love that 13-year-old butthole or whatever it is," and that's what he was afraid of. Because even with the article, it's just like not that,
I can't believe that's what you think would happen. Or even you think that he thinks that was what I don't know.
Well, I think Doc is more like me. In the retardation part.
That's hilarious, honestly.
Gotta be careful with that one. Whoops.
Sorry, I walked away. Dan's 100% correct. There's no reason the doc would come out and say, "Yeah, I was inappropriate with a minor," unless he knew something was coming out.
Yeah.
Like knew for a fact. Like, hey, 10 people have this document.
He's trying to get ahead of it. That's the only way. It's the only way if you're trying to get ahead of it.
Bloomberg had to give him 12 to 24 hours to time to make a comment. So he knew he was given contact beforehand asking for comment. I also say that he had the same thing from me. I filed my report Thursday afternoon. He was asked for a comment on Wednesday afternoon. I never heard back. There was no response for comment, but there was indication to him that there will be something coming, and that the questions given to him were in the reporting. So he does have forewarning that a report is going to be coming, because he is asked for comment. Every person and or entity in these reports that have come out were asked for comment. Most of them just did not respond to comment. Twitch did not respond to comment. Dr. Disrespect did not respond to comment. YouTube did not respond to comment. Like the comment that I got on record was from the ex-head of Twitch of YouTube gaming. Like current YouTube, which I asked for comment based on his statement, did not reply. So that's actually pretty standard. You reach out to a bunch of people to ask if you have any comment, and most of them won't even say no. They just won't even answer. But they do have forewarning beforehand to at least try to craft something, which would actually be even worse, because if you think that Doc had forewarning the Bloomberg article was coming, that he would have had a better tweet than what happened.
He was probably assuming that something.
When is JSTLK talk?
Doc knows what's in those DMs, right?
I don't know if
it must be something wild. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. I mean, I think actually.
You know if he does?
I don't think he
I know he does.
Crazy. It's not like going to be like some.
You don't think so? Can you scan through the rest of it and see if he does?
It's not going to be that. It's going to be some crazy shit.
Well, we don't actually know that, right? Because we can imagine worlds where if it was absolutely crazy. If it was too crazy, would the parents of the child be okay with no statement?
There kind of is.
Because if it was, maybe you'd expect, well, no, then it absolutely would have leaked. Like somebody would have said something, or the parents would have made a thing about it, right? Or they would.
I mean, I am kind of bored. I'm not gonna lie.
Also with the parents.
Oh,
those are.
All those are possible, yeah, but I'm saying we don't know the answer to that, right?
Yes, the possibilities still unclear on what the detailed agreement is. And look, I don't want to make it seem like I'm joking about. I really have, as the years have gone by and I've been beaten down by the entire internet and every single personality calling me a liar, and then just a cloud chaser and all that. I even hear a joke about like this situation because it's like a coping mechanism on how much I got, but I understand that should not be done. It really is a serious situation. It's not intended for there to be comedic value.
What do you think about the CEO's comments about it then?
Gay.
Dan?
Yeah.
That I thought was in very poor taste, especially to do it with Ms. Kiff. I thought that was kind of unbelievable.
What do you think about Cody's comments, like joking about getting rid of leaking it if his band?
Yeah, that was wrong. That was wrong, and him tagging me also not a good look on me. I can take full responsibility. That is not. I should not be doing that. Cody should not be doing that. And then for the situation to evolve like this, with Cody doing that, it is a very bad look. Cody
that guy looks like shit, by the way.
It was a joke, but again, jokes should not have been made in, you know, now that information has come to light. No, it is not a responsible thing to do. So I was wrong to do that. I can own that. And it should be taken more seriously than internet jokes. I mean, there's a lot of this entire thing because of it was so hidden where, you know, anyone who's not directly involved, they don't know. And like making jokes about it is pretty easy. There's like a million different things that you could make fun of. But, you know, I shouldn't be doing it. I don't want to seem like I take happiness in all of this. I feel vindicated somewhat that I can clear my name to some people who, there's some people out there that either still think I fucking lied and or I covered for Dr. Disrespect, both of which are not true. They're not going to be convinced, most likely. But for some, they will be able to trust me again. People hate me for totally unrelated reasons. I mean, whatever, it's all good. But I do feel somewhat vindicated, but I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm happy about this entire story, which is, I mean, it's awful. None of this is good. I didn't find...
Well, him getting caught is good.
I didn't find glee in, you know, this entire saga. It was not fun.
It's good for him getting caught, right?
Yes. Even though I have no idea how this will affect his career going forward. It seems
I'm pretty sure for 2 reasons his career is over. Number 1, all of his friends are like the super hate trans, hate gay people, all that type of shit. And there's fucking DMs now of Doc jerking off with a fucking trans sex worker. So it's over on that front. And it's over on the front that they're not too kind also with the whole pedophile thing also. Or a
He was gripping it, bro. Come on.
That's like the new squeezing the hog. Listen, Twitch, or sorry, Doc is done. And not just on YouTube, okay? He's done. He's actually done.
I mean, him getting demonetized and having his subscriptions removed is pretty significant, I will say. But who's to say, you know, he can't go to Kick or Rumble and become a rebel and like
there's no fucking shot.
And go on an arc that makes him like the Joker, Dr. Disrespect, and he gets like 4 times.
Rumble and Kick are done with being the platforms for pedophiles. They're both done. That's never happening.
Yeah, he's for sure donezo at this point. And also, Slasher, I want to say, I feel like sometimes when you're on the inside looking in, okay, which is what you are, you're on the inside looking in, you assume the worst about people's intents towards you. And I just want to say that, like, people, I don't think, you keep saying this, people assume that you were lying, that you didn't know anything like that.
I've been told so many times. I cannot describe to you how many times I've been lying.
All of us,
myself included, a liar piece of shit is like hundreds of thousands of times.
No, we were just saying that because we wanted to know. Okay?
I'm not being, yeah, you two are just joking. That's fine.
No. Everyone else too. Tell us. It was banned. Tell us. That's why. Like, I didn't think you had fake info. That would be insane. It's just I'm pissed. I want to know. Why is it not banned? Why? Tell me.
So much of my pain was self-inflicted, and again, my fucking fault, my bad. Don't make those tweets. Please learn from me. If you have information, don't just say you do it. Either do the reporting or shut the fuck up. Those are your 2 options. I understand it was self-inflicted, but it's not like I'm imagining.
No. There was a third option here, Rod. There was a third option. Absolutely. That was becoming anonymous and leaking this stuff, like basically making an anonymous face bin, saying here's the stuff I've been told, and then you yourself retweeting it and being like, that's weird. There's absolutely a third path here that you haven't acknowledged. And to me, I want to know why exactly I don't know how exactly you get away from the idea that you wanted the clout from this, and that's why you didn't leak it.
No, he obviously didn't because he didn't do it.
No, I'm saying anonymously. Like, Doc objectively went to another platform, made millions of dollars, still had a massive public profile after doing all of this. And Slasher knew about it, so I'm saying I totally trust that you knew about it. How exactly do we get away from the idea that you covered for him? I could have just published this anonymously.
That's a little rough. To sweep for Slasher, it's a scary situation. I can imagine being in that place. Like, even look at me on the podcast 2 months ago. Me like, I heard in Rust from a guy buying a mini at Outpost. Like, you know, even I'm thinking like, okay, what's really actually likely to have happened in this situation right here? So I can understand that he had fear. Like, okay, I'm about to with a guy that's worth like tens of millions of dollars. How dangerous is this for me?
Don't forget Amazon. You say it's just Amazon. No, bro. Fucking Amazon.
So I understand that.
Scary Amazon.
Right. I understand all this is like a real. So that you can't just say, oh, he did it for clout or didn't do it for clout. Now to be clear, I do agree with you. I think that you should become Assange or Snowden and become like the fucking you're Greenwald or someone and been like the dude who broke the rules and leaked it anyways. And Amazon suing you would have been the best thing in the world. What could you have actually lost? You know what I mean? Like your house was homesteaded.
Like Assange and Snowden were able to do that because they had documents. That was really what allowed them to do certain things without having documents, which did not exist really until 5 days ago. It really is so difficult.
Sure. I'm just arguing, and I'm not trying to actually say you did this. I'm saying there are people who think this, right? Who think that, like, hey, you covered for this guy. I'm saying to put to bed those rumors, those thoughts. Like, why exactly did you decide not to go the anonymous route at all?
It didn't feel right. Shouldn't be doing that. Either I can report it myself, professionally, or I'm just going to shut the fuck up.
Can I ask you a question on this thing? So let's say I give you firsthand information about Destiny, okay? And I show you stuff, but I don't let you make a copy. But you know now this is legit shit. So I show you a video of Destiny stomping on puppies, and it's like the most fucked shit you've ever seen, but you know this is legit. Like, you can't deep fake what I just showed you. You're throwing up. It's so fucking unbelievably. And he's sitting there saying, yeah, look, dogs, it doesn't matter. I eat them for meat. Why would I care about them here? Like, the whole thing, it's real. I've shown you this. I'm obviously a good friend to Destiny, the whole thing, but I'm like, listen, I can't give you a copy of this. He knows I'm the only one who has a copy. I don't even know why he sent it to me. Are you going to report on it?
No.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'd report the shit out of it.
I need the copy of the tape.
If you know.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Yeah,
I need a copy
the hypothetical here isn't really even that hypothetical. This guy has gone and targeted a minor and said, yeah, I don't care that you're 16, 17, whatever the age was. Said, no, that's fine. I'm gonna keep making sexual comments. He has this pattern set up. Like, how? I don't understand. Is there no moral imperative here for you at all that you need to make sure that this guy doesn't continue to go on and victimize more people?
There is, but Twitch is doing their own investigation. It's not for me to. The only person who should be, if they ever want to speak, is the victim.
No, I'm sorry. This is the most broken mindset, in my opinion. Okay, victims have a duty to report stuff like this. People have a duty to actually make sure that this doesn't happen in the future. This is like, it's so brain dead, in my opinion, to go, oh, well, we have to defend the victim. That's our number one priority. My number one priority is making sure more victims don't happen. We can't unrape that fucking person. Okay?
So as a real, I'm
sexualize that person.
yeah, hold on real quick. I'm sympathetic towards this, and it works in almost all cases, except the issue is you run into one huge part at the beginning of the reporting process, and that's that the goal should be to reduce future harm to minors. So if somebody reports something, then you should say like, oh shit, well, we need to do this even if they don't want to come forward. But then the issue might be that when somebody wants to report something in the future, they're like, I'd report on this guy, but like I don't want any of my shit public. Like I'm just not going to report it. It's not worth the deal.
A reporter's duty is to the news always. That's true. Isn't there like even the thing with reporters that like like they have advanced knowledge of something going on, but they're embedded with a group like this? That kind of happened with Hamas, didn't it? During the October 7th thing.
If you advance knowledge of a crime, I believe you have to inform on the crime. But it's not like I had advanced knowledge of the information. There was already an investigation happening prior to the
This guy sucks.
Can I ask
nature photographer
overall?
If you're a nature photographer, are you supposed to stop the polar bear from killing the penguin?
No, but that's boring. For most people like Nat Geo and shit, you're literally never supposed to interact with the animals, but these are animals.
Yeah.
Also, there's a distinction, like if you have knowledge of a crime, I don't believe you have an obligation for reporting, but if you have knowledge of a crime that is going to be committed, then you do have an obligation. So if Slasher got DMs saying like, Doc's gonna go meet this girl at like 4 p.m. blah blah blah, I think Slasher would have an obligation to say something.
That can't be true, because hasn't there been like Vice journalists and shit like that literally get embedded and they're like, okay, we're going into the rainforest to learn how to make coke. Like that would never, that's a crime that they're literally going to watch and make happen.
Well, I mean, I think everybody knows coke is getting made in Colombia.
Or you understand what I'm saying? I'm just saying that like obviously that can't be the same. It's not possible. That
I think in different countries and when it comes to like cocaine or like international affairs,
fucking JS2, okay,
I
bro.
can't think of a single example in the United States. You can tell me wrong, but I can think of an example in the United
Kia
States.
Boys, they did an interview with the Kia Boys and they were there when they stole cars. That was a recent one. I've seen that.
Where what?
Where they watched them. They're like, this is how they're doing it.
Oh, for stuff like that, maybe, yeah. But when it comes to things like rape or murder, I think that there's like an obligation for like a certain level of crimes that you have to report that. Like, I can't think of an example of a journalist who's like, okay, well, today we're going to follow this gang. Like, they said they're going to go and kill this guy. We're going to go and report on this. I don't think you're allowed to just do that and then do a report. I think you have an obligation to report there.
Look, I have a better question for you. Because I think so much of discussion is on Twitch, and I have reported that Twitch did report this to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. Why not?
You have that on record?
Yes. Why not request?
That's a big deal.
Why
That is
not?
a big deal.
Why not request that they have released information, or why not request that law enforcement through this entire time, which then very likely, at the behest of MC and MEC, to do something, have say something.
Hold on.
That is potential.
We're about to make a clip for Livestream Fail, Slasher, okay? What you're telling me, okay, is that what Doc did, okay, rose to the level that, for a fact, Twitch was forced to make a report to the National Center for Missing and Exploiting Children.
DSEA and CSAM report.
What I'm asking is that Twitch did make that report to the National Center for Missing and Exploiting Children.
Yes, all of them go there, yes.
Okay, and they did that for Dr. Disrespect right now.
Yes. When it was initially reported, all reports with CSCA or CSAM are reported to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children.
Okay, so there is a report on Dr. Disrespect at the National Center.
The legal process after, again, no court records have ever been found. I've never been able to get law enforcement to comment or even acknowledge that a thing exists. Do not have details on where it went after. All right.
Just to be clear, though, those are just reports, right? So, like, for instance, if I think that Forethought has been engaged in bad behavior in my subreddit, like, if I would make that report to them. They would have that report filed. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a report, right?
Well, NICMIC automatically works with all law enforcement organizations.
Sure, I'm just saying that, like, a report is just a report. It doesn't necessarily mean that, like, something happened. It just means somebody felt like they had an obligation to make that report, right?
Yeah, well, Twitch is obligated to make that report.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me reiterate for the fourth time. I'm just saying that just because a report has been made doesn't mean a crime has been committed. It means somebody felt like they need to make a report. That's
But investigation will happen.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Bro.
That part out with the clip.
I'm telling you, Dan, Justin News chat still thinks I'm full of shit. This entire
They don't think you're full of shit.
I
They wanted
swear
you
to
to.
you.
They wanted
Why
you
are
to
you
come
reading the
on.
chat?
Do you not understand? You were the
Nothing that
chosen one, but you
I'm
backed into the
telling you,
shadows.
Everything that I'm explaining, they definitely think I'm full of shit. I guarantee you. I love you, man, but I'm not.
No,
Slasher, can I ask you where that reporting
You don't
is?
love
I
him
don't
that
see the
much.
voice.
You're
I
not
didn't
telling
see
him
the
all the
voice.
truth.
Where what reporting
That
is?
the report was made to the National Agency for Missing and Exploited Children. Or
I
whatever.
can say that it is being edited in as we speak.
Flar.
Okay, so is that new information dropping here?
No,
Are you muted?
it was information which was included and then removed from the edit, and then published,
Yay.
and then actually
L plus
today,
ratio
everyone is back,
streamer.
including it with the source, So it could be.
Do you want to turn?
Well,
Do you want to speed it back up?
It is true. Yes.
That is. Listen,
I'm told by authorized source that yes, he was reported to NCMEC, and that all reports with CSEA and CSAM are reported to NCMEC.
I mean, that takes a lot of. That's a lot of air out of the wiggle room that the doc has right now.
Wait, a lot of air out of the wiggle room for what?
Did you know that this?
Wait,
in terms of what the conduct actually was?
Well, it rose to the level that people that for a living interact with NCMEC, okay, decided that it fit the criteria of submitting it. That's what it meant.
Yes.
That means that trained people viewed Doc's conversation and determined that it contained either child sexual abuse material or pornographic images directly. That's what it means. That trained people saw this and determined that that was the case.
Trained people like people at Twitch, or
at Twitch, yeah. I mean, they're kind of like mandatory reporters. How it works is that when you run a tech company, well, I mean, really, when you run any company that deals with user-generated content, you would
this is a mandatory reporter
like
part.
a user submitted like child or something to your stream, you would be right.
Yeah, but like everything that you just said, like Dr. Disrespect already said, essentially this.
Well, I'm sorry, said what?
That he had conversations with a minor and some of them.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that if you talk with a minor that you get reported to NCMEC. That's cool.
Oh, hold on, wait, shut the flasher. My bad. Dan had a sundowning moment where apparently he didn't realize I was like in the middle of a sentence. He said on Twitter that he had conversations with a minor and some of them went too far or might have veered into inappropriate territory. That would be enough, my guess is, for a report to Nickisnotgreen or whatever.
Okay, you're wrong.
Really? Why?
No, Dan, Destiny is correct.
Essentially, telling me, you retards. I'm the only one.
Oh, here's the tiny chat boy. Here it goes. Here it comes.
I've actually done it and been through the training because I ran a company that dealt with them and did reports with it. So you guys are both retarded, okay? I have Destiny over here trying to be like, well, actually, it's this way, and Slasher, who's probably doesn't even know how these things are reported. Okay, it's not done through that. First off.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us what you just Googled, Dan. Go ahead.
My God, there's a special portal directly for internet service providers to do this. It's different than what the public gets access to. Okay, and it has to fit a very strict criteria of what you're doing. Okay, if you go on Discord and send a message to Mr. Mitten 3 years ago and say lick my balls, guess what? You're not getting reported to NCMEC, are you?
Wait, where's this criteria listed?
It's on the site. I don't have access anymore.
The actions that Dr. Disrespect was involved in are considered child exploitation and abuse.
That's what it is. Yes, that's it. So you understand what the difference between that and you telling Mr. Mitten to suck your balls when he was a minor, and why those two things are not the same?
I never said they were the same.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that a trained person at Twitch whose job is to analyze this stuff determined that, again, based on what's being said here, determined that this rose to the level of child sexual abuse material. That's all. It's saying that rose to that level.
To be able to report it.
Went a little bit too far. We were just JKing or joshing around.
Well, hold on. No, went a little bit too far. But literally meet that criteria. Yes. Which is exactly what Doc tweeted. Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, my reporting specifically says it was explicit after it was indicated that what the Twitch employee says, who viewed the whispers, after Doc was indicated that the victim was a minor, that the explicit messages continued with the hope to meet up at TwitchCon. And that is considered CSEA sexual abuse.
Yeah, so according to Doc's thing, were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes lean too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Yeah, that sounds like it would hit the threshold every time. Here's the, as a general rule of thumb, if you ever have to clarify your intentions around a message to a minor to, make people understand that they weren't sexual, you're probably in stupid territory.
Yeah, you shouldn't have it.
Intentions here weren't, you probably needed, my guess is
yeah, you should have
be spoken about in this manner is going to hit the threshold for being reported. That'd be my guess.
Okay.
What happened constitutes CSEA, all CSEA and CSAM is sent to NCMEC. I can also say viewing the document, which is the actual report, that's what the document confirms.
Which I wonder.
Interesting. So just to reiterate, the doc confirmed child sexual abuse.
CSEA /
alleged perpetrator, according to Twitch.
Okay, I have another question for Rod if we're stalling here. Did you know this in 2020 that they reported it, or did they only report it recently? Do you know when they reported it precisely?
The victim reported during 2020. The whispers are from 2017.
Wait. The victim reported to Twitch, or the victim reported to the National Center? I don't know the acronym.
Okay, it was reported in 2020. It was reported in 2020.
Wait, to Twitch or the center?
To Twitch. Twitch does a report. Then Twitch does an investigation. Then Twitch sends it to NCMEC.
Okay, I think that's new information as well, that it was the victim themselves that reported it.
Well, that's been out there.
That's been out there,
yeah.
Was that out there? Okay, I knew it was reported, but...
Reported by Cecilia. It was reported only in 2020, while, all the other sexual misconduct stuff is coming out by Twitch. And then the whispers are from several years
That's kind of gay.
Yes, 2017.
I don't like this thing.
Okay.
It's
And
stupid.
just
Why
as
do you
far as
need
your
a
knowledge,
bounce
you were
pad?
unaware of these reports and the forwarding on to that National Center for CSAM material?
Well, no, I mean, in 2020, several days after, I did have a message with a trust and safety employee at the time who could view the report and see CSEA, CSAM, listed, but there was nothing.
This guy seems to be full of a bunch of shit.
I can't just it's not a thing that is usable. So, no, again, this document did not leak out, still anonymous, not sure where it came from.
It feels kind of gay.
That only came out a couple days ago. It probably will not be shown. I'm not going to publish it. It will not be published by other people.
Oh, yeah,
so you're not going to get that either, honestly.
Sounds kind of gay. I got a legendary item. Everyone can suck my dick.
I would go look for Twitch streamers.
Well,
I think if it rises to that level, you have to announce that with the ban.
That's why Destiny's not a Twitch streamer, because he can't condone that type of behavior. What does it say on there for kick, by the way? Destiny? No, not that, so there's nothing listed. Yep. So he's on the non-child exploitative site. I know this is bad. Twitch, 14,000 reports of child porn. That's fucking wild.
Maybe I was banned from Twitch for not being enough of a pedophile.
Apparently.
Holy shit, for
That's why
real?
my son talks about it so much.
Oh my god.
Jesus
Twitch has
Christ.
4chan. Well, yeah, but who would? What type of reporting infrastructure do you think that 4chan actually has?
Bro, no way.
Yep.
Wow.
All right, good talk, guys.
Bye. I hope it was a good talk.
Sasha, you're fine, man. You need to listen.
Bye.
Back to basics, okay? Get a little bit frisky, okay? That's all. That's my advice for life. Get a little bit frisky, okay? Play fast and loose with the rules. Make a name for yourself. Get out there. Hit the streets. Be like, what's the name of that fucking reporter from The Wire who was working with McNulty? Come on, Destiny. What's the name of that guy?
Of the guy, the Wire. I don't know.
Season 4.
Yeah, the dude with the homeless people. What's the name of that dude? Oh man.
The one that was making up stories?
Yes, that guy. You need to become him. He made a name for himself. His editor was like, listen, bro, why are these people not, why you not have names? Like, they didn't want to be named, all right? It wasn't Bubbles, you fucking morons.
Damn.
Jesus, oh my god.
Oh no, Bubbles was the homeless crack guy.
Yeah, exactly. This was the fucking white dude. And then McNulty was like, I know you're full of shit, because I'm full of shit. That's what we have to do, Slasher, okay?
And that is some great life advice, thank you. I will...
Just become your inner Assange. You know what I mean? Don't play it safe.
I'm pretty sure people already think I'm that guy. So what you're saying is the guy that makes shit up all the time. You're saying that be the guy I should be.
You're retarded.
And I'm telling you that
you think you're a pussy, not that you make things up. That's why you have to change it. You already have the credibility. Now you just need to become a Giga Chat. That's it. Fuck the rules.
I appreciate the confidence, Dan. I really do. I really thank you.
I'm literally speaking for the people. Like, if you think that I'm like saying something that's untrue as for the public, then you're misinterpreting the public.
No, I usually have a pretty good read on how many people don't like me and for why, unfortunately. But again, thank you, Dan. I'm gonna consider it.
All right, be a rebel. All right, wild,
Yay,
shit.
bro.
You can do it on the front
Yay.
lines. I know you can.
I'm on it.
Listen, I will say the for us Jewish folk does not come naturally. Okay?
Are you too?
Yeah.
No wonder we're so fucking stupid. I see what the chat is saying now.
Listen, it goes against our natural instinct to stay out of the limelight and to stay safe in the corners. Okay, but you got to do it. All right, that's what I've learned in life. You got to go for fucking broke. Go wild, man. All right, it's rough in the street, but you can fucking do it.
Go wild,
You've been
bro.
on this whole time. I've not seen enough like Pepe Jew comments in chat. I feel like there'd be way more.
This is a very Jewish support.
Didn't like Destiny? Haven't you like brought in the entire Groiper allegiance?
No, you're repeating retarded shit you heard from fucking Hassan that has no basis in reality. No. Did you hear the stories? You get reported how Hassan rapes minors in brothels in Germany when he goes overseas and he sex tours for women that are from Romania and Ukraine, and they get shoved into these brothels and Hassan goes and fucks into socialist houses. Or anything about that? Or the fuck out of here! Don't.
Oh, bro, it's so Jover.
Independently, like you've been able to bring like together like Israeli nationalists.
It's so Jover.
The Groipers hate me forever. You know the Groipers like Hassan. Hassan retweets the shit about me all the fucking time. Like I literally videos watching Hassan on stream retweeting fucking Nazi Groiper accounts because they're shitting on me.
It's so Jover, bro.
It's repeating Fuentes fan attacks on me. No, it's fucking retarded.
Slasher talks to Destiny about like
Israelites, like the Israeli nationalists, like
First off, there's like 7 black Israelites.
No,
it's so Jover, bro.
There's like a few. They're very, very.
Is he retarded?
Oh yeah, he is.
But they're all here. They come in numbers. They're always in Times Square.
Yeah, that's what they say about that.
He is actually stupid, right?
So they were Brooklyn for a long time. I feel like they're not going to Dallas anytime soon.
Bro, that's fucking wild. What a fucking moron.
You're fine. You're fine.
I didn't know they didn't fuck you. Or they hated you.
The public perception over here, maybe we are out of it. Am I out of touch, or is it the chat that's wrong? Or
I accidentally ran into like the Groiper headquarters here in New York City. Totally accidentally found the America's First Red Scare podcast fan club where every person
is that a thing?
To meet there. And I've invited Destiny to come because I felt like he'd be good.
I don't know. I guess
because he loves them so much.
Well, no, the owner I know watches Destiny and likes his content. So I don't know what that says, but he enjoys Destiny. I was always like, hey, you should bring Destiny and do debates there and actually fill the room. They like to do a lot of like poetry and fucking shit. I don't care about. But it's like the leftist, right wing, cool fascist hangout spot.
This guy is doing some fuck shit. I feel it.
No, Silverhouse.
Some snake ass behavior, bro.
Crypto money wanderer that did like a rap. The rapping crypto girl. Now you know what the fuck I'm talking about. You fucking look
no idea what the fuck
you look up Razzlecon.
Yes, I know who he's talking about.
I promise you, it's entertaining. Anyway, I ran into her at an A16Z party. It was for like crypto, mixed with video games, mixed with esports. And then this fucking girl kept wanting to talk to me randomly. And
I remember hearing about that. Fucking Coffeezilla talked about it.
To like hang out somewhere, and she brought me to this America's First hangout place with like it was like Groiper headquarters in New York City. Very
hell yeah, bro.
They do like parties all the time. I don't know, it's weird.
I bet. This guy's eating his words. He sucks.
I accidentally found the Groiper
What kind of fucking
odd, but not super surprising. I gotta say in person.
What kind of fucking journalist is this fucking loser, bro?
I definitely think you should do it. Invent there. Oh.
This is why journalists is a dying breed.
Why would I want to associate
and it should
super weird?
stay that way.
You've done all time. You did like that Minds conference. That was, I mean, that was bigger, of course. But those are a bunch of weirdos too.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that like being oh god, I don't remember his name. Like literally the Project Veritas dude was there. Like, yeah, why would I not do an event like that? What's the name of that guy? He got kicked out of Veritas. Thanks God.
Dead.
Yeah, why would I not? Yeah, why would I not do that event? Obviously.
It's similar. No. It's a similar crowd of people. Like the Sovereign House hosted like Christopher Russo and
Bro, I'm so
and the Lord
cool.
Miles, the guy that keeps going to like Afghanistan and like doing
Did I
things.
tell you
know
that?
what I'm talking about?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They host some pretty big, feels like somewhat overlapping creators. I don't know. I've been seeing Destiny go on this whole fucking arc of whatever. You know, I met with you, Steven, and you wouldn't fucking hang out. I'm very, very sad about
What do you mean? We literally met and chatted, didn't we?
I know, but I was like, yo, can we go, like, wanna go to like dinner or something?
Yeah, but you're catching me like on events, bro. My schedules are packed when I'm doing these things. If you met me,
I mean, you weren't planning to New York, like,
Hey, you can come down to Miami.
Actually, wait, yeah, you could,
There you
true.
go.
You could do that. But also, wait, hold on. I'm sorry, wait, wasn't there another big streamer that literally fucking completely blew you off and ignored you?
Yeah, I got pissed at him too.
Yeah, wait, hold on. No, you didn't get pissed at him. He gave you a bullshit ass excuse. You immediately agreed with it. Ran off. He was literally streaming in New York, okay? He was literally over there streaming, doing
He
fucking
said it was
nothing.
bullshit. I told him it was bullshit. I said, yeah, that's, you know,
I don't remember
I let him
that.
just answer, and but yeah, that's a great answer.
Mm-hmm.
Just like yours, great answer.
I don't remember that
understand
either.
what you're
I remember Nicholas, you were talking about it, thinking that it was full of shit.
Okay.
It really was good to see you. I know, but I wanted to, just catch up for a bit while you're in town, because I've not been to Miami in a while. No, I'm not just around.
Well, the invitation is open for you. Let us know.
Yeah, like, Richard, I was with Richard in New York, and then we hung out for a while, and then we went straight to Miami to do the show.
Well, we had
Dan
just
just
started, so it wasn't like
owned
we
you,
chose people who were
bitch.
journalists, even though we did. Just kidding.
Richard's way cooler than me.
He
I
is
get
way
that.
cooler. But he's British and he drinks probably more. I mean, Jews can't be that cool in general, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, but look, it's open opportunity for you. Okay, you let me know, and we'll make that happen. And
Bro.
just remember to be chill.
So base.
All right, that's all you got to do. Relax. I'll be okay.
We're neurotic at birth. You know that.
Yes.
Who's we?
I think.
Bro, no way.
Overcome. Okay, through a lot of other. Okay, you too can overcome.
See, Steven, I'm really good at kind of using my Jewishness for self-deprecation and jokes, and then shying away when it comes to like a super serious issue.
That's Bezda.
And that's the end of that.
Yay, we made it. Woo!
Streaming for 4 hours. I'm good to end. Are you? You got anything you want to add? Thoughts?
Jews are the founding fathers of Israel.
Uh-huh. And on that note, I think it was a pretty good stream. Not sure when I'm gonna stream again. At least stream again on YouTube. Yeah.
If you like what you saw, comment, like, subscribe. If you don't like what you saw, comment, like, subscribe. If you do like what you saw, cool. If you don't,